About right now, he has the very top MPs who have followed him through his 5-year journey and his closest aides huddled together, working out exactly what they're going to do. And it's very, very fast now. It's accelerating all the time, this game.
Andrew, thank you very much. Well, that's absolutely riveting. So there's going to be a statement from David Cameron at 2:30. And as Andrew said, the Liberal Democrats have said that they think that whichever party gets the most votes, the most seats, if not an absolute majority, has the first right to seek to govern either on its own or by reaching out to other parties. And I stick to that view. So we'll see what happens. John.
Yeah, so this idea that he's going to set out this view on how he can seek to form a strong and stable government that acts in the national interest, which almost sounds as though it's picking up the words of Nick Clegg, of what Nick Clegg said in Cowley Street, that the most important thing is that it acts in the national interest and not for narrow party interests. And here you have, it almost begins to feel like there's some choreography going on here, or that there are people who are talking to other people and that they are moving in harmony. And I do suspect that this is moving, starting to move.
Sorry, who is moving in harmony with whom?
Well, it sounds Nick Clegg comes and makes a statement. David, and now we understand from the Conservatives that he is going to answer exactly that point that Nick Clegg set out for him.
I mean, one thing is certain, that the Liberal Democrats are not going to, at least publicly, speak to Gordon Brown for the moment, until they've talked first to David Cameron.
Nick Clegg says, right, I'm going to put the bench, I'm going to put the bar here, OK? And the bar is that we've got to be acting in the national interest, in the interest of national unity and not narrow party interests. Within a few minutes of that statement, we hear from Conservative headquarters that David Cameron is to make a statement at 2:30, how he will set out how he will seek to form a strong and stable government that acts in the national interest. So it's, you know, Nick Clegg, yes, I hear what you've said. I'm going to be answering that at 2:30. Just listen in. I'll give you the answer there. Just one other thing to add to that.
Hang on, just before you leave that point, do you mean to say that you think it's all arranged and it will be a foregone conclusion?
No, I just said there is
will there be a process of negotiation subsequent to that?
I said there is an appearance of choreography,
yes.
And it just does seem to be moving with some gusto. Just one other point to make, David. I gather that Dawn Butler is going to call, and she was the person we just saw defeated there by Sarah Tether, is apparently going to call for Gordon Brown to step down as leader of the Labour Party.
She doesn't have much clout at this stage.
She doesn't have a lot of clout,
and
statements
it might
from
be seen as sour grapes.
And
yes.
Statements from losing candidates have a history, shall we say, of saying, you know, it's the moment to vent your spleen.
Yes, it might have been more effective if it had been done before she was defeated.
Well, there were those who tried.
Emily, your lovely map.
Yeah, I was thinking of Bob Marshall-Andrews. Didn't he sort of admit
yes.
defeat and blame Gordon Brown before actually winning last time round?
Yes,
something
that's
like
right.
that.
Yes, exactly right.
Let me show you. The story of the night is the hung Parliament. What does that actually look like? Can we visualise it? Well, there you go. That's what the country looks like so far. And the odd thing is, if I step back for a second, looking at it from this distance, it appears that the Conservatives have won. Look at all this blue. A torrent of blue here. It seems to be pushing up. So why isn't that a majority for the Conservatives? Well, very simply, because Tory MPs tend to hold these rather large rural seats. I'm thinking of Ludlow, Herefordshire, Dorset West. These are the ones who are expecting to go Tory as well, but they haven't yet. Penrith, probably Hexham. A lot of these, the Lib Dems as well, are rather bigger in size geographically than they represent, whereas the Labour MPs are clustered around Newcastle, clustered around Manchester, Birmingham, London. This map doesn't really allow them the room. So I'm going to do something which makes every single constituency the same size. Now look at that. They're all the same size hexagon. You can see what's happened here. Half of the country, pretty much, the wash to the 7 is the saying, is blue, minus a lot of London, some of it's still not coloured in. They've started to make these inroads that have been so important to them in the north. They've started to make northeast gains. But look, very little in Scotland. They've just kept that one seat. A few more seats in Wales, but not enough really going on in the northwest of the country. If I take you back to the last hung Parliament, 74, it's quite a similar picture. Can you see now why we're in this hung Parliament territory? So again, the inroads here, at that time, there weren't the Liberals, if you like, to distract. Just a few dots around of the orange, the Liberals, now the Liberal Democrats. But the Conservatives, if I take you back here, and you'll see that very similar picture now still have a few more dots to fill in, and these will be the ones that we're waiting to see if there's any balance of power that hangs in these ones. But now you get a sense of why this hung parliament territory is not actually as blue as all that.
Thanks very much, Emily. Well, we have a conflict now of intent, because we've already been talking about Nick Clegg saying that the Conservative Party has most seats and most votes, and it's up to them to show they can rule in the national interest. But a few moments ago, Downing Street issued a statement saying the basis for a deal with the Lib Dems exists, i.e. between Labour and the Lib Dems, with electoral reform and economic recovery at its core, and the Labour Party fully intends to take its first shout at forming a government as the Constitution allows. In other words, they're saying, well, we want to talk to Nick Clegg first, and Clegg is saying he wants to talk to the Tories first. And they say in Downing Street they won't speak to Nick Clegg until all the results are in, and they see this as crucial because the combined forces of the Labour and Liberal Democrat MPs would have to add up to more than the Tory total to have any legitimacy. So the story goes on, getting more intriguing as it goes. We join Jeremy Paxman now with his guests up in the gallery. Jeremy.
David, thank you very much. Well, I've got with me two former party leaders, Lord Steele and Lord Kinnock, and Sir Malcolm Rifkin, the Conservative MP. Now, Malcolm Rifkin, when David Cameron says that he's looking to form a solid and stable government, it must include the Lib Dems, mustn't it?
Well, when you say include the Lib Dems, I don't think there's any serious prospect for a coalition. A coalition has to have a joint programme. And I don't think it's unreasonable to point out that the Liberal Democratic Manifesto was, if anything, to the left of the Labour Party on this occasion, on disarmament, on taxation, immigration, and so forth.
But you
that's not the same.
Some sort of support.
Yeah, that's a different point. Yes, it is perfectly possible to reach an agreement if both sides want to try and find the basis of an agreement. I welcome what Nick Clegg has said, that he's honouring what he said during the campaign, that the first opportunity to form a government must be for the party that has most seats and most votes. And clearly the Conservatives are well ahead of the Labour Party on that basis. I think also David Cameron has a manner, has a style, and has a political position that ought to make it possible to reach understandings, particularly on how to deal with economic matters, because that's the fundamental question if we're not going to get some very serious reactions in the markets in the next few days.
If you were in Downing Street now, Neil Kinnock, what would you be doing?
I understand why Nick Clegg has made his statement this morning. He felt obliged to do that because of what he said during the election. And since it's not really within the government's control, then Nick Clegg and David Cameron are going to have to work out their chemistry. It's difficult to see how, with the strength of commitment in the Liberal Party to radical change in the electoral system, and equally strong commitment by the Liberal Party, particularly Vince Cable, to securing deficit reduction without destroying the prospects of recovery, how a deal can be struck with David Cameron that is durable, as well as honourable, and very transparent for the public. Those conditions have got to be satisfied.
And in the meantime, Gordon Brown just squats in Downing Street.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of squatting down.
Well, I don't mean squatting down, squatting.
Squatting. Well, that's the phrase.
Occupying the house.
That's the phrase, a colourful phrase that Nick used during the campaign. I don't know when he comes to reflect on that, when he's a very old man like me, whether he will regret or rejoice in having made those statements during the campaign. It certainly has put him in a corner that ideally he would not want to be in this morning.
Well, David Steele, bliss was it in that dawn to be alive,
Absolutely.
What
to be
a
young
position
was
to
very
be in.
heaven.
Yes. to be in Nick Clegg's position now.
It's a hellish position to be in, actually. Yes. I don't think it's one that any of us sitting here would envy. And I agree with Malcolm. I think that it's almost impossible to imagine that there could be a coalition between the Conservative Party and the Liberals. Policies are too far apart. But what Nick Clegg has said is it's up to David Cameron to demonstrate that he can form a government in the national interest. Now that, frankly, means more than rhetoric. It doesn't mean a statement this afternoon, as we're now being promised. In fact, I think they should all go away and sleep and start again tomorrow.
Don't do any talking today.
I think it's foolish when they're all very tired to be trying to negotiate today. I really do. I think it's madness.
I'm just going to bring in Sarah Tether here, who we've just saw victorious in Brent Central. Congratulations.
Hello.
You look absolutely exhausted. You sound exhausted too.
Jeremy, I'm absolutely shattered. It's been the longest count you could possibly imagine. I don't remember when I was last in bed.
Now, what would you like your leader to do in terms of making alliances?
I'd like him to have a good sleep first, which is what I intend to do. I haven't got a clue, by the way, what the results are, because I've been locked in here for so long, so I've no idea what's happening outside.
Well, you've lost an awful lot of seats, and your leader says that he's going to talk first to the Conservatives and see if he can arrive at some accommodation with them, and then if that doesn't work out, presumably he'll talk to Gordon Brown.
OK, thanks for updating me, Jeremy.
Well, such as it is. I mean, do I paraphrase fairly, do you think, David Steele?
He didn't actually say...
No, David Steele, your former leader, will tell you more accurately.
He didn't say he was going to talk to the Conservatives. He said it was up to the Conservatives to demonstrate that they could form a government in the national interest. That doesn't mean he's talking to them.
That sounds pretty much what he's been saying for most of the campaign.
How can the Conservatives form a government in the national interest if it doesn't involve the Liberal Democrats?
Well, it would involve tailing. For example, let's take one policy example. If he says, I'm going ahead to have tax cuts for the very rich, that's not going to get Liberal Democrat support. So, you can go through the policies and say it's got to be modified in the national interest, not in the Conservative Party's programme interest.
Sarah Tether's main advice is that everyone goes to bed, as far as I can see.
That's my advice too. She's right.
I genuinely think a good long sleep before anybody considers anything. I mean, not all of the results are in, I guess. There are some people who are counting today. So we're going to need to see what the final result is and just get some headspace and reflect on what the British public have said.
All right, good night. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
I think it's quite important.
Malcolm Ruffin, you want to go on quickly.
Well, I just wanted to make the point that, we're assuming that it's all about legislation. Most of government does not involve new acts of parliament. Most of government goes on without the need to actually get a vote in the House. So that is the first part of the equation. The second part is that we will have to get used to the fact that on various non-crucial votes, a Conservative-led government will not win. Just as Barack Obama doesn't always get his legislation through Congress. It's not the end of the world. What is crucial, however, and why I hope they don't just go to sleep today, a statement has to go out to steady both public opinion in this country, but more important, international opinion in this particular respect, that there is a prospect of a stable government.
You've got 10 seconds.
In fact, I was about to say something very much like that, and it is that in the course of today, the leaders of those two parties have got to make it clear when they will come to a conclusion, because prevarication will cost this country enormously. And when they do a deal, if they do a deal, they've got to say clearly how long it's going to be and what conditions it will fulfill. Otherwise, we are inviting the very insecurity that must at all costs be avoided.
David Dimbleby's bursting to say something. David.
Thank you, Jeremy, very much. A correction, I think.
Yes, I think Dawn Butler apparently thinks that Gordon Brown is the right man for the job. So our advice that we were given, that she was going to call for him to go, and our great sort of dance down the route of other people who've been disaffected at losing their seats, not correct in Dawn Butler's case.
Jeremy Vine, that is not Paxman. Let's have a look at the new House of Commons and the shape of it, shall we?
Yes, because it's like a Rubik Cube this day. We're just trying to work out all the permutations. The numbers that we've been left with are so fascinating. Let me bring on the MPs here, and you can see them, and the government benches. We put the Conservatives on, and you can see the winning marker here. We keep coming back to this number time and time again. This is what it's all about, 326. Just over half the number of MPs in the House of Commons. That's what gives you an overall majority, and that is what the Conservatives have not got, according to our projections. So we count up the blue MPs here, and they're on 306, 20 seats short. That's our projection. That's where we think that they will end up, remarkably similar to our exit poll at 10 o'clock last night. On the opposition benches, these are the numbers that we think will be in the House of Commons, and Labour, we think, on 261. Bear in mind, 349 after the last general election. That's a big drop for them. Liberal Democrat MPs just over here, again down 55 seats. And then the others, let's have a look at them, 28. So, looking at all of that, where does this leave us? What is the politics of the numbers inside the House of Commons? Let's take a look at our data table over here, which can allow us to just fiddle with the permutations, just take a look at the different numbers and see what might happen. And we'll start with Labour here. With their two, you can see the columns of MPs, 306 Conservative MPs there, the blue column, 261 Labour, and then the Lib Dems on 55, and the other parties, Northern Irish, Scottish, Welsh nationalists, the others, and so on, much smaller numbers. So let's look first at this Labour column and just ask what happens if other parties support them. Let's take, for a start, the SDLP in Northern Ireland, who take the Labour whip, so we can put them happily in the Labour column, surely. 264 they're on now. You see the party join them at the bottom of the column. 264. Nowhere near the 326 they need for an overall majority. So you start looking around and you think, it's got to be, hasn't it, the Liberal Democrats. And notwithstanding what we've heard from Nick Clegg, let's just put the Liberal Democrats in the Labour column to make this point, that once that happens, they're on 319. 319, so they're still not on 326, even with the Liberal Democrats and the SDLP. And at that point, what do they need? Well, maybe they could say to themselves, Sinn Féin, the 4 Sinn Féin MPs don't tend to turn up at Westminster. They could do it with just a few, maybe a couple less than 326. Maybe they could bring in, this is a bit fantastical, bring in the Scottish nationalists as well, 6 of their MPs. Where are they then? 325. They've just about done it, but that looks like a pretty rocky coalition, not least because Nick Clegg has made it clear that his first thoughts are about the Conservatives because they've got the most votes and the most seats. So let's put them all back to where they were, and let's have a look at the Conservatives now. What can they do with this 306? They're not that far short, are they? They're over 300. They just need 20. They might start with the Democratic Unionists in Northern Ireland. 8 of those MPs, like-minded, surely wouldn't be a problem to bring them over into the Conservative column. They remain short, they're on 314, but they're getting closer. If they look across the other MPs here, the smaller groups of MPs, their eyes might alight on the others. Would that work? Well, one of them is an Alliance MP who took Peter Robinson's seat in Northern Ireland. She would be unlikely to join the Conservatives, more likely to join Labour. The second one, Sylvia Herman, now sitting as an independent unionist, has already turned down the chance of working with the Conservatives. So I don't think we can go to the others here. We may have to instead look again to the Liberal Democrats. It keeps coming back to the Liberal Democrats. The extraordinary paradox of this situation is that Nick Clegg has been pushed back in this election to 55 seats, but has ended up with more power. So once again, let's move the Liberal Democrats and see the effect of this. And now you see this blue column goes way above the 326 needed, 369. So if the Liberal Democrats did start to work with the Conservatives, not as a coalition, not as a pact, policy by policy, put in the DUP as well, they are in a very powerful position. And I'll actually show this inside the House of Commons now. You can see just how far over the winning line they get. Conservatives, Democratic Unionists, and Liberal Democrats, where are they? Let's have a look down here. Winning line is 326. Just look further down for me. 369. So yes, that would do it. If the Liberal Democrats agreed, they would have the numbers. David.
Thanks, Jeremy. The tantalising complexity of stacking up a majority. We'll just hear about that a little bit more from Andrew Marr in a moment, who has some more news on it. But just before we do, seats that are still going to have to declare that are interesting. Bethnal Green and Bow in London. Buckingham we haven't had. It wasn't expected to come through today. That's the Speaker, John Bercow's seat. Nigel Farage of UKIP, who had this appalling accident in an aeroplane yesterday morning, won't be at the count, but was fighting John Bercow there. There's Cheltenham, a Liberal Democrats, Tory are trying to take it. Norwich North, which is a Tory seat that the Labour Party is trying to get. It was a Tory at a by-election. And Westmoreland, which is another Tory target from the Liberal Democrats. So those are to come. But now I want to go and join Andrew Marr, who's got more information about this story, the developing story of the Tory attitude to talks with the Liberal Democrats. Andrew.
Yes, David, and it goes right back to those figures that Jeremy Vine was putting in front of us. A senior cabinet minister I was speaking to very recently said, it's perfectly obvious we can govern with the Liberal Democrats and we can offer them things on voting reform that the Tories simply can't offer. You then move over and you talk to the Liberal Democrats, and they say it depends on whether the conversation with the Conservatives is, as they put it, grown up or serious. Is David Cameron going to give us something real? Now, I think the agonising problem for David Cameron is that if he tries any other group of smaller parties, which may very well be his instinctive preference, he is talking about those very parts of the country which he told Jeremy Paxman he thinks get too much share of public money already, too big a share of the state already. Those, the Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, those have to be all in his target when he is trying to get down this massive amount of public borrowing. So he is driven back towards the Liberal Democrats. I think the really big story for the rest of today is the nature of that conversation, and I would bet you that it's already started.
Do you think it began before this election result in any way or not?
No. Not. I would have thought not, because I think that the Conservatives had a really optimistic thought that they could get an overall majority. A lot of people thought that as the night went on, more and more seats would start to fall into the Conservative camp. Voters would have turned towards the Conservatives right at the end of this campaign. And, you know, people in the Conservative camp were pretty optimistic about that. And I think it's only as this has developed throughout the night that it's become clear they are going to fall short. And therefore they have to look at this incredibly difficult, and from their point of view, very, very unwelcome conversation they now have to have with the Liberal Democrats. But the language on both sides does sound quite similar. Nick Clegg would find it very, very difficult, I think, to deliver a lot of his party for a formal coalition with the Conservatives, but he might well be able to agree a mixture of changes to the Constitution, the voting system on the one hand, plus some of the tougher economic messages the Conservatives have been putting through in the election. There'll be very, very difficult conversations about tax, very, very difficult conversations about the timing of government cuts, and that would be at the heart, I think, of any kind of possible deal.
Andrew, thank you very much. Boris Johnson, the Mayor of London, has joined us, and Jeremy Paxman's talking to him.
Well now, Boris, what do you think about working with the Lib Dems?
Well, I think this whole election has been a brilliant example of the electorate coming up with a way of punishing all political parties more or less indiscriminately. I mean, they've kept the Tories, kept us from achieving an overall majority. They've exploded the great liberal myth that they were going to move into the centre ground and take over British politics, whatever they thought they were going to do. And they've delivered the most crushing rejection of Gordon Brown. And I think what we've got to do as politicians, what everyone's got to do is just get together and make sense of this. And I think the public will be in favour of anybody who can come up with a sensible Meccano-type solution. And I've absolutely no doubt that that is what is going to go on in the next few days.
Could you give us your own
hours?
Could you give us your own Meccano-type solution, please, Boris?
Well, it's pretty obvious if you look at what's happened, and obviously it hasn't completely finished yet, but Labour, I think, has been completely rejected. The Conservatives, by the way, have done incredibly well. You know, I know. I think I'm going to say this anyway, but it happens to be true that
you haven't
we've
got an
got
overall
more,
majority.
We've got a bigger share of the vote than Tony Blair got in 2005. a bigger swing than Margaret Thatcher. You know, it's a fantastic achievement. And
if you can't get an overall majority after 13 years of Labour government and an unpopular Prime Minister,
I can see that, Jeremy. It is not a triumph, and no one should be remotely triumphalist about this. And that's why I think actually what Nick Clegg said just now was not half. So it was sensible. I think you should look at something that will allow a stable, sensible government to be carried on in the interests of this city and of this country, and that's what we want to see.
And if the price of that is conceding or acceding to the Liberal Democrats' request for some form of proportional representation, price well worth paying, I'd imagine, isn't it?
Did you say is that a price worth paying?
Yes.
We'll have to see exactly what the price is and what the negotiations are. But I think the Liberal Democrats, from their point of view, will understand that the best thing everybody can do now is get together, sort this thing out as fast as possible.
I'm just mystified, because if a system like that is good enough to gift us a mayor like yourself, how can you deny it to other people?
Allow David Cameron to get on and deliver a strong, confident government this country needs.
But why deny the rest of the country the marvellous system that has elected you mayor?
Well, you know, it's not for me to get into those negotiations now, Jeremy. I'm not going to preempt, and I don't even have any reason to suppose any such negotiations are going to take place. All I think people want to see is a strong, successful government getting on in a confident way with the business of the country and moving on as quickly as possible from this withering rebuke from the public to all political parties.
Who will be Prime Minister by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, do you think?
Look, you know, David Cameron's going to make a statement at 2:30, as you know, and I think it'd be absolutely insane if we had a conclusion of this whole business that did not involve the Conservative Party, who have just won the largest share of the votes by far and the largest number of seats in Parliament, did not give the Conservative Party a dominant role in whatever structure we come up with, and you know, whatever type of wall sausage is contrived by this great experiment. The dominant ingredient has got to be conservatism. The meat in the sausage has got to be conservative, I would say. There can be plenty of bread and other bits and pieces.
The question is whether it's a chipolata or a Cumberland sausage, I suppose, is it?
Fantastic. Listen, I think enough of this gastronomic metaphor.
You started it.
Well, I've had enough of it.
Haven't you got a city to run?
Say again?
I say,
I have got a city to run, and that's
well,
exactly.
Go and do it then. Goodbye.
The government of London will carry on, irrespective of the temporary difficulty in providing a national government. Thank you.
Bye, Boris.
Off to eat his sausages. There cannot be. I mean, this Friday morning, every single seat matters to the negotiations that are going to take place. We've got 29 constituencies, 28 of them which will declare this afternoon, barring loads of recounts. Two of them we just go to now. Nick Higham is in Westmoreland and Lonsdale, a seat which the Conservatives are after. We've just got Nick Higham, I gather. But Nick, what's happening? It's a very close-run thing, and it's 13th, I think, for the Tory target list. Do you have any indication whether they've got it or not?
I have no indication at all. Both the Conservative and the Liberal Democrat camps here remaining very tight-lipped, which suggests that they don't know either. 2005, the sitting MP, Tim Farron, snatched this from the Conservatives by a majority of just 267, which after boundary changes amounts to around 800 notionally today. He's up against a young Conservative called Gareth McKeever from Northern Ireland, who used to be a banker, in fact, an expert in Japanese equities for Morgan Grenfell, and the Conservative campaign did suffer something of a setback here in February when their party headquarters burnt down, taking with it all their computers and all their records. But Conservative activists locally apparently have rallied round. So the result now is too close to call, even though I'm told Conservative Central Office rather wrote this constituency off. Even though it's number 13 on their target list, they rather assumed that the Liberal Democrat machine locally was so strong that they wouldn't be able to take it back. But we've seen overnight very different results in Lib Dem Conservative marginals. It's extremely close to call here. They started counting at 9:30. We expect a result, barring recounts, by about 3 o'clock.
Nick, thanks very much. Charlie State is in Lancaster and Fleetwood. This is a new seat, part of old Lancaster and Wyre, and North Blackpool and Fleetwood on the coast there. What's the story there, Charlie?
Well, the story here this morning from the Leisure Centre here, we started the count at around 9 o'clock. We're sharing the facilities now with the local school kids who've come in for their morning lessons for their swims. 2 counts taking place here. If you have a little look around now, the count's ongoing. In fact, we're only at a verifying stage at the moment. Let me tell you about Morecambe and Lonsdale first. This is a seat held by Labour. In fact, if we just look to my left here, you can see Geraldine Smith, who is the sitting MP there. She has a majority of nearly 5,000. But speaking to her a little earlier on, she's worried about the situation here. There have been suggestions that it could be a very tight race if the Conservatives come in a close second. Lancaster and Fleetwood is the other count taking place now. In fact, geographically, the count is taking place over the other side. 60 people there, 60 people here doing the Morecambe count. This is a new constituency created from two former constituencies, one which was a Labour MP, one a Tory. So an interesting situation there. Of course, harder to know quite how that will work out. People are saying it may too be close. Now, I'm just looking. This gentleman here, you can see with his back to us at the moment with the glasses on, is Stuart Langhorne. He's the Lib Dem candidate for Lancaster. Can you see his pillow? He apparently had an accident in the bath. Saturday night we're talking about. It's painful when he laughs. He has to hold that because he's got a rib problem, although indications are here in Lancaster that the Lib Dems won't have a great deal to laugh about because it's not looking terribly good for them. Here, that's the situation. We're expecting results around about 2 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Charlie. John.
It's very interesting about what you said about how every seat counts now on these remaining declarations. Because, I mean, Gordon Brown has said he's not going to start speaking to anybody until all the seats are in. Now, that's not because he wants a rest or he wants a sleep. I think it's probably because he wants to know exactly what the negotiating position is. And every marginal seat that Labour gains and, say, the Tories don't, then that means that the position, his position is strengthened a little bit. Let me just add one other thing that I've just heard from senior Lib Dem strategists. They're saying the ball is in Cameron's court now. The Liberal Democrats say they'll seek to use the influence they have to ensure that some of their objectives are met. But they're saying that the Tories haven't spoken to us yet. And asked about whether offers of cooperation from Labour are going anywhere, a senior source said, no, they're not going anywhere. So there we are. That's what's happening at the Liberal Democrats. And that is why all these last seats are so utterly critical when everything is as tight as it is.
I'm just trying to do the sums on this. There are 29 still to come. The Conservatives have 291 and are predicted to have 306. So they're due to pick up. Can you do that one?
So they're due to...
15.
Yes.
Beat you to it.
Yeah, exactly. but what it means is that, I mean, your people are slicing and dicing what legitimacy means now, aren't they? We were talking last night, all those hours ago, about it being a majority. Now it seems that what Gordon Brown is talking about legitimacy is if him combined with the Liberal Democrats have more seats than the Tories, then that is legitimacy, even though it may not be a majority in the House of Commons, which it won't be, because they won't get to 326 seats.
Correct. And so if our prediction is correct, the Conservatives should be winning 15 seats, Labour 10, and the Liberal Democrats 3. So that's what to watch for.
Exactly.
Andrew Neil is on College Green with his guests. Let's go over there, Andrew. Good morning.
Thanks, David. Let me begin by telling you something about this statement at 2:30. My sources tell me that Mr Cameron and his people have been sounding out Conservative MPs and other leading members of the party this morning. They've discovered two things. One, there is deep dismay, anger, as one said to me, about the manner in which the campaign was conducted. And some leading Tories are thinking of going public about that quite soon. The other is that they've made it clear to him that they will not countenance voting reform as being part of any deal with the Lib Dems, and that will have to inform his statement at 2:30. If I get any more on that, I'll bring it to you. I've got three leading Labour people here. Una King, former MP, Charlie Whelan, the Lord Ashcroft of the Labour Party in terms of money, and Neil Lawson of the Compass Pressure Group. I thought it was a think tank, but it's a pressure group. Charlie Whelan, if Mr Cameron says he's going to go ahead and form a minority government, and Mr Clegg says, well, see if you can do it, what does Gordon Brown do?
Well, I don't think it quite works like that, does it, Andrew?
Tell us.
I mean, at the moment, Gordon Brown's the Prime Minister. I mean, with the Civil Service who will be conducting the negotiations, if you like, there'll be a team with the Lib Dems, a team with the Tories and a team for Labour. And that's how it's going to work. I mean, I know we've got 24-hour TV and some of your people are getting very excited, Andrew, but actually, you know, these things will probably take a bit of time.
Well, it's an exciting time in our country's history.
I think we should just calm down a bit and let the negotiations commence.
Have the negotiations between Labour and the Lib Dems begun?
Not formally, no, but it would be astonishing, wouldn't it, Andrew, if there hadn't been informal talks.
Neil Lawson, are we in the last days of Gordon Brown here? Is the leadership contest about to begin?
Well, I think there's a great prize here for progressives in Britain. It's not about leadership, it's about capturing that progressive alliance, that progressive majority. Because if you look at the hard figures, 53% voted for centre-left parties and only 37% voted for the Tories. Now, is this the moment where we can crystallise on a principle basis? Because if people want strong and stable government, you can't just do it around opportunism. You have to do it on principle. And we have to discover in the next few hours and days, is the kind of marriage between social liberals and liberal socialists one that can endure around a set of values and a programme?
Sure.
And the key thing in there is PR.
All right. Can it be done with Gordon Brown leading the Labour Party?
Well, I don't know about that. You know, needs must in politics.
You're with Compass. You know
needs
about the
must
Labour
in
Party.
politics, and Gordon has to do a deal with the Liberal Democrats, or he takes the party into the wilderness.
What if Nick Clegg...
And we know today that the issue is PR. And we were tribalists during the election campaign. Now, after the election campaign, we have to become pluralists.
Una King, what if Nick Clegg says, yeah, I get this thing about a centre-left progressive coalition, but I'm not doing it with Gordon Brown. He's toxic. You've got to give me somebody else. What should Labour do?
Well, I think the point is that Gordon Brown is the Prime Minister. Nick Clegg doesn't actually hold all the keys, because the problem with his strategy, I mean, this morning he has thought he's taken the initiative by saying to David Cameron, OK, you do it, we'll go with you, we'll give you the first chance, not Gordon Brown. But he can't get... You've just said yourself, the Tories are never going to come up with the Lib Dems' first demand, which is genuine reform over PR. Gordon Brown, on the other hand, is the man that has latterly, I admit, as someone who chaired the Labour campaign for electoral reform...
He's offering EV.
I'm saying he has latterly come around... He has come around to the idea that we need to reform the voting system.
Are you seriously telling me that Gordon Brown can broker a new deal for a centre-left progressive coalition?
I'm not saying that. No,
You're
of course
not?
I'm
All
not
right, well,
declaring that, but
right.
I'm saying... I'm saying that Nick Clegg doesn't actually hold the keys to the Magic Kingdom.
So who could? Who would be better in Labour to do it?
I think that Gordon Brown could do it. I think there are many people in the Labour Party that could do it, because it comes back to this point that we have got a progressive...
Tell me. Give us a name.
Well, you know who the leadership candidates are.
No, indulge me. Give me.
Oh, you've got
Who would
Alan
you
Johnson,
choose?
David Miliband, Ed Miliband, you've got Harriet Harman.
Give us the one you would like.
There are a lot... At the moment, Gordon Brown.
Oh, right, good and loyal.
Tell me... There isn't a vacancy, is it? That's the problem.
Well, there isn't for the moment, but at the moment no one's talking to Mr Brown either. What should Mr Brown give Nick Clegg?
Well, I'm sure he will give him electoral reform. I mean, after all...
Yeah, but so far he's not offering a system that pleases the Lib Dems, and they won't accept it.
Just let me finish. The Labour manifesto did have in a referendum on electoral reform, OK, AV. I mean, it wouldn't be a great
alternative vote.
It wouldn't be a great step to put PR into that.
You think he might go further?
I mean, I know I live in Scotland. You're from Scotland. In Scotland, we get on fine in the Scottish Parliament with a single-member constituency and a form of PR. And the Labour
Do you think that he should go and offer PR, Mr Brown, proper PR?
Yeah, of course he should. It's an absolute no-brainer. If he doesn't, then we're in the wilderness for a generation. It's the chance to change British politics, and we could have a progressive century and not a conservative century. The prize is enormous, and there's one key decision.
Well, we shall see what happens in the hours ahead. Get a little bit excited, Charlie Wheeling. Just go with the flow. David, back to you.
Thanks, Andrew. Joining me here, Jonathan Powell, who is Tony Blair's Chief of Staff and was involved in the discussions with the Liberal Democrats prior to the 1997 election, correct?
Prior to and after the 1997 election.
What do you make of what's happening now? Do you believe Gordon Brown has a hand to play? Or do you believe that really, for the moment, the focus is on Clegg and Cameron?
I think Gordon Brown has a hand to play, but Nick Clegg is the one who decides who he dances with. He's the dancing partner. He gets to choose who to dance with. He decided his first partner is going to be the Conservative Party. He'll see what they have to offer, but he has a way back if he wants to the Labour Party, so he gets to choose.
It's a waltz or a quick step.
He gets to choose the dance.
Some very old-fashioned dance.
And even the music, yes, exactly.
And if he didn't have to dance with Gordon Brown, but was offered another partner, would that make things easier, do you think?
Well, he said some things during the election about that, but again, he has the whip hand in these negotiations at the moment, so he can dictate his terms to either side and see what they say to him.
If you were advising Gordon Brown, what would you advise him to do this afternoon? Apart from everybody says go to sleep, which is pointless. I mean, after he's had a sleep, what would you advise him to do?
I think you wait and see what the Tories propose, and if it's true the Tories can't propose proportional representation, he has one strong card in his hand, which he can play very effectively in the negotiations with Nick Clegg.
You heard what Andrew Neil said, that a senior Tory was going to break cover, saying, first of all, the conduct of the campaign was wrong, well, so be it. People always say that sort of thing. But equally, they couldn't countenance voting reform. In other words, there'd be strong opposition. Is that your information as well?
Yes, because there were various people who, during the campaign, the people that David Cameron defeated, shall we say, for the Conservative Party leadership 5 years ago, who are still pretty disgruntled, were muttering about the campaign more or less openly. Now, they didn't want to break cover during the campaign itself because they felt they, you know, if the Tories don't win, they'll be the people who will be blamed. They'll be the people vilified for daring to say that, you know, the campaign was going badly. But I think now they're going to play their hand, and the sort of some of the darker stuff that was being muttered. And, you know, the Spectator had very good sources as well on... There was a lot of disarray in the campaign, but they were just about keeping a lid on it. I suspect that will come into the open now. And it does show that David Cameron has got a limited amount of room for manoeuvre as well.
And Jonathan Powell, everybody remembers, and Liberal Democrats in particular will remember, the feeling that they were led up the garden path by Blair, that they were offered electoral reform and never actually happened. Do you think they'd trust Gordon Brown if they did come to negotiate with him and he offered the blandishments of electoral reform, four-year parliaments and all that? Do you think they'd trust him?
Well, I was part of the dance in 1997, and it isn't fair to say that Tony Blair led them up the garden path. We had discussions with the Liberal Democratic Party prior to the election and after the election. And what it fell down on is the issue that's arising now again, which is proportional representation. In other words, in 97, from a position of strength, the Labour Party could have formed an alliance with the Liberal Democrats, but didn't do so because the proportional representation issue got in the way. Now proportional representation is on offer from the Labour Party, although not from a position of strength. And if the Liberal Democrats want it, that's their best hope of getting it.
So you didn't offer Paddy Ashdown PR?
No.
What
At that
did you
stage,
offer
the
him
Labour
then?
Party wouldn't accept. We offered them places in the cabinet.
I just want
now I want to bring Peter Hennessy in, a professor of contemporary history. Or political history, I don't know what it is. But anyway, you've been with us
British
before.
history.
What?
British history.
British history,
Yes.
contemporary history. What do you make of the present scene?
Well, it's wonderfully perilously poised because there's great bags of recrimination just above the head of each of the three party leaders, as John has been describing. And if that bursts to any degree, today and tomorrow, or over a period of a couple of days of negotiation, it's not going to help anybody. It's going to be very difficult. The degree of restraint that's required on the part of a lot of people is almost too much to ask for these days. It was extraordinary looking back to 74, because Jim Callaghan on the Friday afternoon said in the Labour Party National Executive Committee, we all agreed to say nothing over the weekend. Ted won't be able to do it. Let us leave him to swing in the wind. And unbelievably, the senior Labour figures kept mum throughout the entire weekend. Harold had the cameras in Buckinghamshire at his country seat, and all he was filmed doing was kicking the ball for Paddy the Labrador. Now, the world is different. We have electronic news gathering. People are breaking cover all the time. And you could almost feel those throbbing bags of malice above the heads of all three.
But there's been no hysteria yet. I mean...
Oh, you just wait a few hours, David. I may be wrong
Nick
about
Clegg
that.
seems to be cool as a cucumber
Yes,
still.
yes, and he's been very cool, actually.
Well,
but I do worry about the frenzy breaking out.
All
I
right, the
must
two
say.
guests waiting to talk to Jeremy Paxman won't be cool as cucumbers if I don't go to them now. So, Jeremy, it's yours.
Yeah, well, we've got two participants in this latest game of political speed dating. Graham Brady is a Conservative MP, he's in Manchester, and Greg Mulholland is a Liberal Democrat, and he's in Leeds. Greg Mulholland, why on earth did you campaign against the Tories if you were perfectly happy to keep them in government?
Well, who's saying that we're perfectly happy to keep anyone in government? We haven't got a government, we've got a hung parliament. And what we all need to do now is to think what is the best thing for the country. And I think, you know, it might be fun for the media to talk about backroom deals, etc., but we need to look at where we can agree with any other party and where we can all work together. But it's for the Conservative Party as the largest party to come forward and say what they think should happen next.
So you can imagine a deal with the Conservatives, can you?
I can imagine a deal with any party that would actually take the country forward. And what is really important is not this other issue of should there be electoral reform or not. They clearly should. This electoral system is bankrupt. But what is most important to the British public is actually getting the economy back on track.
But
and I think
I
that is
assumed
what
that
people want to hear.
you'd read the Conservative manifesto. You presumably know what they stand for.
And there are many things that we disagree with. I mean, that's the whole point of having a party system. But the
Right.
simple reality is the British public have said that none of the parties, in their opinion, are worthy of a mandate on their own. So it's now over to us to do that. But it's for the Conservatives to take that first. But it's not a question of backroom deals and working out what might be the benefit of the parties. It's what is actually the best thing for the country. And I think we need to be a bit more mature about this debate.
And should your leader come to the view that such a deal is in the best interests of both the party and the country, you would support him in that, would you?
Well, I mean, I think like most Liberal Democrat MPs, I would have my own views, and I will put those very forcefully. One thing to be absolutely clear, this is not a question of ping-pong conversations between any of the party leaders. There's a process here, and as part of the process for Liberal Democrats, the party has a role to play.
You've not answered a
We have the
perfectly
right
straightforward
to be
question with the word yes, or indeed no.
To what?
The question was, if your leader agreed such a deal, would you support him? Yes or no?
Oh, I've just explained to you that isn't how it works. It's not for Nick Clegg as our leader to agree anything on our behalf. It's for the party to decide if it's in the interest of the country and the party to do that. And if we come to that decision, then we will do so.
And you would expect, would you, that your party would, first of all, there be a parliamentary party decision, a national executive decision, and then we'd all have to wait across the nation while Liberal Democrat members took themselves off to Blackpool or Harrogate or somewhere for a special conference?
There'll be discussions this weekend, and of course, that's as it should be. But it's important not to go by the media agenda, the 24-hour media agenda.
I'm just quoting your constitution at you.
Tomorrow morning.
OK, Graham Brady, let me ask you. I mean, can you could see a deal being reasonably easily made with the Liberal Democrats, could you?
Well, I think what Greg Mulholland's right about is that we are looking at the electoral arithmetic as it's being given to us by the public. It's our duty to try to find a way forward. I think I would find it difficult to see a formal coalition with the Liberal Democrats, but not difficult to see a way that we could try to work in the interest of the country, try to get legislation through, try to deal with some of the financial problems that we have to tackle.
And if David Cameron decided that he could only get the support of Nick Clegg and the Liberal Democrats by offering proportional representation, you'd go along with that, would you?
I would be very reluctant to see proportional representation. I don't think it's in the interest of the country, and I don't think that it works with our other constitutional arrangements. But obviously we're waiting to hear David Cameron's comments at 2:30. I actually have very strong confidence that David is going to want to be in the right place where the Conservative Party would want to be on these issues. But obviously we'll wait to hear.
All right, well, given where you are you happy with how the campaign was conducted?
The campaign, I think it's obvious for all of the parties, was affected by the leadership debates. It was something that all the parties had to respond to. I think we responded very effectively, particularly in the last week, 10 days of the campaign. I think we managed to get the message across quite clearly to the electorate.
Was it a mistake to agree the debates?
I think we've been pushing for these debates for many, many years. I think it would have been very odd if at the point that the Prime Minister said he was prepared to do it, we'd changed our minds. I also think it's been actually a very positive thing. One of the striking things, certainly in my count last night in Trafford, was the increase in turnout, up from 62 to over 68%. Significantly more interest in the political process. That is a good thing.
OK, thank you all very much. Thank you, David.
It's been reported by one of our political correspondents that David Cameron isn't expecting to meet Nick Clegg before this statement at 2:30, but more interestingly that the Tory sources aren't ruling out electoral reform, saying Mr Cameron will be constructive and do what's necessary to form a stable government for Britain. Well, we'll wait to see. Emily, let's just have a look. We've got how many seats to come? 29 to come.
Yeah, I want to go back to that phrase, the electoral arithmetic, and look at some of these white ones, the undeclared ones as yet. And the ones that we're going to talk about are the ones that really bring the maths into play here. For example, Westmoreland, a Lib Dem hold. Cheltenham has been Lib Dem for, and Bethnal Green and Bow. Let's go inside and have a look at them. So Westmoreland, a popular MP here for the Lib Dems, Tim Farron, who resigned from the front bench over the Lisbon referendum, or lack of. And it's a very close contest here. Just look at the swing that the Tories would need to take this. So less than 1% swing here. If I take us on to Cheltenham, a pretty similar situation here. This is one that is neck and neck. It would take very little to bring the Tories in here, Peter.
And the problem is, Emily, with both these seats, we look at what's been happening in these narrowly defended Liberal Democrat seats last night, and some of them went Conservative, and some of them went to bigger Liberal Democrat majorities. So who knows? And of course, the outcome, if the Tories win both, it affects the parliamentary arithmetic one way. If the Liberal Democrats hold both, it affects the parliamentary arithmetic the other way.
Yeah, to remind you, this is the 2005 show. We haven't had these results in. One more, which is very interesting. At least it was a big headline result last time round for George Galloway, sitting in the Respect Party. Bethnal Green and Bow. This time, Rushnara Ali is the Labour candidate, hopes to be the first female Muslim Labour MP. And let's just say, it doesn't really help to look at the swing, I suppose, but she could unseat the Respect candidate. There is a Respect candidate, but it's not George Galloway.
It wasn't George Galloway, and indeed George Galloway seems to have done worse where he has fought. Labour are pretty confident of taking that. It will be the fourth Labour gain of this election. And may I make just one other, a train spotters point, especially for train spotters. People have been saying the swing to the Conservatives in this election is greater than Margaret Thatcher achieved in 1979. At the moment, it isn't. I say at the moment because Margaret Thatcher achieved a 5.3% swing. At the moment, with a few seats left, it's a 5.2% swing. And in 1979, what happened is the Conservative vote went up a lot, 8 points, Labour went down a little. This time, the Tory vote has gone up 4 points, Labour has gone down a lot. So it may be different at the end of the day, but at the moment, it's not strictly true to say this is a bigger swing than Margaret Thatcher achieved.
Peter, thanks very much. Just with so few seats left, you can see the maths has kind of arranged itself through every little vertebra of each constituency.
28 to go. Jonathan Powell, just on the mechanics of this, are you cool about the way it's being conducted, or do you think it's going to become hysterical?
No, I think we should be a bit more relaxed about this. It may be new to us, but this happens in Europe and other European countries. After pretty much every election, you have to have a negotiation about who forms government. And maybe what's happened is we've just become a bit more European. Maybe this is not just a one-off, maybe we'll have this in the future as well, where you'll have parties having to trade off between each other.
But there is quite a fetish with keeping party unity in this country, where if you have a proportional representation system, you have more parties, and it's easier for them to move around and break away and form different shapes. I mean, quite clearly, from what we've been hearing from the Tories, for instance, the idea that the Tories might concede some sort of PR, proportional representation, is very obnoxious to them. They don't want it.
Party unity is not unique to Britain either. I mean, this is something that I was just talking to someone who had to conduct the negotiations in Austria between the Green Party and the Christian Democrat Party there. The problem they had was the Green Party couldn't agree with its members what it could concede, and that was where the problem will happen here too. The leadership may want to concede something, but they may not be able to sell it to their members, and that may be the problem we face
Greg
here.
Mulholland saying they've got to come, not up to Clegg to decide these things, up to us, the party, to decide them.
I heard similar things being said by the Tories about proportional representation. That may be where the rub comes.
Let's just go to Buckingham. Now, Buckingham, John Bercow's seat at the dissolution, the Speaker of the House of Commons, Nigel Farage for UKIP, taking him on. David Shukman is there. David, good afternoon, if it is good afternoon. It just is, yes, 5 minutes past 12. Good afternoon. Yeah. Tell us what's going on.
Well, the counting here behind me has been underway for about 2.5 hours now. The very latest we're getting from the team of John Bercow is that they are confident. They're using the phrase quietly optimistic. Early indications are that they feel they've done all right so far, and that really what you're left with is a battle for second place. By convention, the major Westminster parties do not put up candidates against the Speaker. That convention has been followed in this case, but John Bercow has faced a challenge from 10 independents and others, including the former leader of UKIP, Nigel Farage. Now, he, of course, was hoping to be here today, but instead is nursing his wounds in hospital up the road in Oxford. Some new details have emerged about exactly what went wrong with his great stunt yesterday, trying to tow into the air a UKIP banner to try to impress the voters of Buckingham. It turned out that what he was trying to do with a pilot was make a multiple series of attempts to collect this banner from the airfield, involving the light aircraft flying low over the runway. Apparently they made 5 attempts. Now, we're hearing this account from his campaign manager. Apparently, during this multiple series of attempts, Mr. Farage himself felt very, very nervous. The 5th attempt went horribly wrong. The banner somehow got caught up in the tailplane. The plane crashed, and as we know, pilot and Mr Farage both injured. That what is emerging during the course of the morning is more detail about exactly what happened. Mr Farage apparently saying he felt like he'd been hit in the chest by a train at the moment of the crash, and then lying in the wreckage he felt the aircraft's fuel dripping onto him, and told his campaign manager yesterday evening, "I really thought my time was up." Well, he's now in good spirits. He spent the night in hospital. He's not going to make it to the count here today. He will be watching on television. As I say, the latest word is from the Bercow team is that they are sounding confident. So really there's a battle for second place here between Nigel Farage and the former Tory MEP John Stevens, battling for second place. We should get the result, we think, at the very, very earliest in about an hour's time, more likely about 1:30.
Thank you very much, David. And Geeta Gurumurthy is in Cheltenham. This is one of the top targets for the Conservatives to take from the Liberal Democrats. Geeta, what's the story as far as you can gather it today?
Well, I've just spoken to both sides, and the early indications are that, in fact, the Lib Dems might well hold this seat. That would be a victory for Martin Horwood, who's the Lib Dem spokesman in the environment. Now, I must say that if you just look behind me, they have only just finished the verification process here. They haven't even started the official count. We're expecting a result at 1 o'clock. It is a very, very tight seat here. The majority here, of the notional majority, would be 316. It would be only needing a 0.3% swing from the Tories. They do have one of their top A-list candidates here, Mark Coote, an openly gay candidate. They've had a lot of Ashcroft money, according to his opponents, but it looks as though he might not have been able to win this seat for the Conservative Party. The Lib Dems candidate has also spoken to me about what would happen with this Lib Dem deal with the Conservative Party, for example. He says that if he wins the seat, he will be at a meeting tomorrow in London, he hopes, and the decision will be made on policy, he believes. He, off the record, obviously can't talk about anything further, but it seems fair enough to assume that if there is no deal on PR, that Lib Dems could support the Tories in some way, in a limited way, he says.
Geeta, thank you very much. Joe Coburn is in Norwich North, and this is a seat that was taken by the Conservatives in a by-election, Labour trying to take it back. Again, very interesting indications from Cheltenham there. What's your feeling about Norwich North?
Well, certainly a few hours ago it was too close to call, but I have to say we're expecting the declaration within the hour, and the Conservatives and the candidate Chloe Smith looking a lot more confident. It would be a very big swing to Labour if they were to take this seat. As you said, Chloe Smith, the young Tory candidate, won a decisive victory here last summer in that by-election. There were jubilant scenes for the Conservatives. David Cameron came down to celebrate that win, so they were certainly pinning their hopes on this seat, and that would really follow the trend across this region, because the Tories have performed very strongly across the eastern region. Really, Labour only holding those 2 seats in Luton. Charles Clarke, of course, in Norwich South, the former Home Secretary, losing by just a few hundred votes. So all the focus is here in Norwich North, and I think as far as the Conservatives are concerned, they may reduce, of course, that majority that they had, that 7,000 majority. But ironically, of course, this is still a notional Labour majority if the boundary changes that are currently in place had been so in 2005. Despite that, the Labour candidate isn't looking that confident. Of course, there is still about 45 minutes to go if the returning officer is correct, and we'll, of course, bring you that declaration, and then we'll have the result following. Broadland, that is most likely to go Tory. It is a new seat, but it will probably stay with the Tories, a majority there of around 5,000. That certainly is the prediction. But of course, one caveat: by-election victories are strange beasts. And if you remember, it was Ian Gibson, the popular Labour MP, the sitting MP here since 1997. He resigned suddenly because Labour said he wouldn't be able to stand for them again the election over the expenses, right at the height of the expenses scandal. That triggered that by-election, and as I say, Chloe Smith won that decisively.
Joe, it does cast an interesting light on the idea of these notional seats. I mean, while we're talking about it, it was a majority, according to the notional result in 2005, this constituency would have had a majority of 6,700. Is that disputed by Tory and Labour, or is it generally accepted that is the accurate position?
No, I think it is accepted it's the accurate
Right.
position. I think the problem here for Labour is the fact that the swing back to them, even though they have that notional, as you say, this very strange term, that notional majority, would be really huge. And looking at the way it's gone here across this region, across the eastern region, the Tories have performed extremely strongly. It would, of course, be a very major upset if Labour did actually hold this seat, as it would be. But at the moment, it looks as if it's going to be a Conservative gain.
OK, well, we'll look forward to getting that one. John Sopel, if John Bercow wins and goes back to the House of Commons, at this solution there was a lot of talk about how the incoming, I was going to say Conservative government, it's not an incoming Conservative government, the incoming membership, the House, would try and change him. Do you think they will, or is that now a trivial matter compared with all the other problems they've got?
I always thought that the possibility of that was slim. Would a new Tory government that's trying to govern in the interests of the nation as its first act in Parliament think, right, we're going to get Bercow, because we don't quite like him. He was never one of us. He was only put in because of Labour votes. And John Bercow is an odd character in that he's not loved by the Conservative Party. But I think it would be an extraordinary first act of a Conservative government to think, right, or a minority government to think, right, we've got to get the Speaker. I just don't see it happening. I think it almost seems like student politics rather than serious politics.
Hasn't happened since 1835, not swanking, I just have it written down here.
That was very good.
Yeah,
I tell you what, OK...
Charles Manners Sutton defeated by James Abercrombie.
And on speaker facts...
For real nerds.
Just one minor point. Douglas Carswell,
yes,
who was the MP that played such a key role in bringing down the former Speaker, he's come out on his website and said something about maybe the Tories should embrace electoral reform.
OK, we're joined by Ian Watson, who has information from the Labour camp. Ian, good afternoon. What's the story that you have?
Yes, well, the senior sources inside Labour headquarters came out and spoke to us a few minutes ago, and they're saying that they're still very confident that potentially some kind of deal could be done with the Liberal Democrats. They're saying that when they're interpreting what Nick Clegg said this morning, he was very clearly leaving the door open. They wanted to point out his continued emphasis on political reform. And what they're suggesting is that because he said during the course of the election campaign that obviously the party that gets the most votes and the most seats would have the first chance of forming a government, he had to have a consistent message with what he said during the campaign. But take a look at what he said. They're suggesting on electoral reform, and that is what they are willing to offer. Now, also very senior Downing Street sources are saying there is a basis for a deal with the Liberal Democrats, which would be based on electoral reform and also trying to get some kind of shared platform to get through the recession and into economic recovery. So from their point of view, they haven't ruled out any kind of deal. The fact that Nick Clegg said it's up to David Cameron to see if he can govern in the national interest means that, in effect, he's only doing what they suspected they would do, which is to talk to both parties. They still intend to talk to Nick Clegg, but they're not going to do so until all the results are in. And the reason for that is quite simple. They want to be sure that together Labour and Liberal Democrats could outvote the Conservatives, because clearly one thing it would not have, in their view, legitimacy is if they end up being a minority government, a minority coalition.
But that seems to be, I'm just doing the sums here as they stand at the moment, that doesn't seem to be too difficult. The prediction is that they will have between them, Liberal Democrats and Labour, 315, and the Conservatives will have 307. So that's a kind of phony hurdle they're setting up, isn't it?
Yeah, but as I said, one of the reasons that they're very keen to wait until every single result is in and not simply go on the predictions, because it actually comes very close to the position as to whether together any kind of coalition deal would be viable in any case. Now, they're not saying they need 326 seats. They're simply saying together they would need more than the Conservatives would have. Obviously, there are going to be some minor parties as well, and Labour could rely, of course, on the support of the SDLP MPs from Northern Ireland, and they would expect the Conservatives to rely on support from the Unionists. So that's how tight it is, and that's why at the moment they don't want to go any further than what they've said already, which is that they believe that Nick Clegg is still keeping the door open. They believe that they are willing to talk to him about a kind of deal which would see electoral reform being delivered for the Liberal Democrats. But what they're also emphasising at this stage is that they will not have those formal discussions until after the final results are in. Now, obviously, the fact that Nick Clegg says that David Cameron and not Gordon Brown gets first choice as a potential suitor hasn't disturbed him too much. If Nick Clegg is taken at his word and if he believes that political reform is the key to this.
OK, and thank you very much. Well, keep us informed if there are any developments. There are bound to be developments, of the, particularly after David Cameron speaks at 2:30, which we're waiting for. I assume that the Queen will not be now coming back to London this afternoon. She was holding an investiture at Windsor Castle this morning, with a number of honours being distributed and the national anthem being played at the end of it. And she was prepared to come back from 1 o'clock today. And it's 3/4 of an hour before that, but unless Gordon Brown wishes to resign, there's no particular purpose in her coming back. So, and Queen there. You wanted to make a point about something or other. I can't remember what it was.
I think I've exhausted all my points. No,
really? Well, then I won't bother with it.
I'll make fresh points if you want. I can always kind of think of a point.
Fresh but non-exhausted. Go on.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Jonathan Powell, actually, when you were talking about what happened in '97, whether the Liberal Democrats led a merry dance and there was no agreement on proportional representation. What was Gordon Brown's attitude at that time?
I can't actually recollect the discussions with Gordon at the time. I mean, these negotiations were held very tight indeed between the Liberal Party and Tony and
because John Prescott made absolutely clear he was opposed to any kind of deal. I just wonder whether Gordon Brown, at that stage, because he has been a late convert...
I mean, I think the problem was, at that stage, selling proportional representation to the Labour Party. The interesting thing now is that it's the Labour Party offering proportional representation and the Conservatives who are being chary about it.
Yes, I just wondered whether Gordon Brown was a rather tribal Labour politician. I just wondered what his attitude was.
The experience of Tony Blair and your time, Jonathan, you got the great Roy Jenkins to do the investigation for you, which bought you a lot of time, and he came up with the Alternative Vote Plus, which is what may be on offer from Gordon Brown now. But by the time that had happened, the steam had gone out of it, and I don't know what Roy felt about it. I suspect he didn't find it at all agreeable, to use his favourite word, that your old boss had led him down the garden path. He put a lot of effort into it. It was a wonderfully eloquent report. And I think this might play a bit now, because if Cameron, for example, offered a Speaker's Conference or another Jenkins-type inquiry to the Liberal Democrats, they might think, very and justifiably, that we went that way before with Tony Blair, and it takes forever and produces Zippo.
Yeah, and the times change in the process. So you're absolutely right. When we started down the process with Roy Jenkins's inquiry, the idea was to get to AV+, and then to bring Liberals into the government and cabinet positions. But by the time we got there, it was too late, and it was clear that wasn't going to be saleable to the Labour Party.
They're not devils, but I mean, politicians, if they're wise, eat with a long spoon, don't they? You can't be too careful.
Yes.
Jeremy.
David, thanks very much indeed. We're joined now by Alex Salmond of the SNP. Alex Salmond, you're not by any chance already
Jeremy.
Good afternoon. Are you not by any chance talking to anyone, are you, about possible arrangements to keep either Cameron or Brown in government?
Well, if I were Jeremy, it'd probably be unwise to discuss it in too much detail with you on television. Otherwise, they wouldn't talk to me again.
Well, I know that's not really an answer, is it?
Well, yes, of course it's not an answer, because that would be the point of having the discussions. The people can't have private discussions. I mean, Jeremy, we've been through this situation 3 years ago in Scotland. We're well used, and our colleagues in Wales Plaid Cymru have been through the same situation in the National Assembly. We're well used to this situation, and I have to say to you, making declarations or revelations on a television interview is not conducive to constructive discussion.
But there's no possibility of you doing a deal with the Conservatives, given they have such minimal support there, is there?
Yeah, well, if you want a straight answer to the question, I think you're absolutely right.
OK, and as regards the Labour Party, what would be the price there?
Well, as you probably noticed, I mean, we don't have the final results yet, Jeremy, but as you've probably noticed, the fate seems to have dealt us a mighty hand between ourselves and Plaid Cymru, since, as I understand it, on the projections we have at the present moment, certainly there would have to be some involvement of the SNP and Plaid Cymru if you were to get and construct an alternative government scenario. So for that reason, Jeremy, I'm accepting the offer of the Prime Minister on behalf of the SNP and Plaid Cymru are accepting to have the civil service back up, to have discussions, to see what the possibilities are in terms of defending the interests of Scotland and Wales in this parliamentary situation.
And what are you looking for?
Well, you know, that's why we have the accept the offer and have the discussions. Again, you know, I've been through this process in 2007 with civil service backup to discuss from a different vantage point, and that was in the formation that ended up in the formation of an SNP minority government in Scotland. And I know exactly how you should go about this, and it doesn't involve in showing too much of your hand before you have the discussions.
Thank you, that's very illuminating. We're joined now by two people who know a lot about coalitions, David Owen and David Still. Who's in whose pocket in this arrangement?
Cheeky. Let's be serious.
No, well, let's be serious. Yes,
Yeah.
go on.
Well, I think Alex Salmond is not quite right there, because I don't see either David Cameron or Gordon Brown agreeing to any kind of arrangement which involves give us some more money, which has really been the Salmond cry throughout the election. I don't know if Malcolm would
Give us some insights, David, as to how this sort of relationship works when you're trying to forge a common purpose and support each other.
I don't quite know what you're after. I mean, you want a serious discussion about a country that is facing a very, very great fiscal crisis, which none of the political parties, I'm not a member of any of them, have faced up to. And are you really sort of footling around with discussions with Salmon and the SNP? The issue for this country is if you want a strong, stable government, it is open to David Cameron to talk to Nick Clegg. And if he does, they've got the numbers to have a government that can take us through this economic crisis, which is certainly going to last for 2 years and probably 3.
Which do you think is preferable, a deal between Brown and Clegg or a deal between Cameron and Clegg?
Well, you must think I'm an idiot to ask me that question. I mean, the basic facts are that the electorate have given a strong mandate, but not an outright victory, to David Cameron. So he has, obviously, the first port of call. He is holding the position of having the largest number of MPs and the largest number of votes. That is, by any standards, a starting point. The question is, can he widen that government out to involve others? Only he can decide that, but Nick Clegg has made it clear he will talk to him because he has got the strongest mandate, which Nick Clegg defined as having the largest number of MPs and the largest number of votes. So I don't know why the BBC is spending its whole time talking about the Labour Party and the Labour government. The issue is who is the electorate supported?
Because in the case of the occupancy of number 10, possession is 9/10 of the law at this stage, isn't it?
It is not, and it's a complete travesty of the Constitution to say it's 9/10. At the moment, Gordon Brown is a caretaker. He, I'm sure, will act honourably, and he is waiting for a situation to arise where he could resign, confident that there was a majority government capable of being formed. The issue is they've all said they want stable and strong government. Stable and strong government does not come on a minority government.
I'm going to have to cut across. There's a declaration here from Warwick.
At the said election is as follows.
Warwick and Leamington, held by Labour,
Bedell,
Conservatives
Alan
challenging.
Charles, Liberal Democrat, 8,977. Cullinane, Jim, Independent, 197. Davison, Ian, Green Party, 693. Lenton, Christopher, UK Independence Party, 926. Plaskett, James Andrew, the Labour Party candidate, 17,363. White, Chris, the Conservative Party candidate, 20,876.
Conservatives gain Warwick and Leamington from Labour.
And I hereby
Huge turnout, 84% turnout, and a swing from Labour to Conservatives of 8.8%, nearly 9%. So Chris White, who fought this seat in 2005, takes it from James Plaskett, who's on the Treasury Select Committee, who's out, and there's the swing. So a Conservative gain in Warwick and Leamington. They've now gained 93. Good. What do you make of that one?
Fascinating the turnout figures again.
Very high,
just the variation,
84.5%.
Yes. But I'm just interested in what's going to happen in the wake of the chaos that there has been in so many of these counts. That all this has been looked in. We were talking about the Jenkins review about how you kick something into the long grass, and you know we've talked about whether there should be polling stations in supermarkets and whether people ought to be able to vote on Saturdays when it's much more conducive to people having the time to go and vote. And I just wonder whether some of these things, it's all lovely going in there with, you know, the plywood partitions and the stubby pencil, but I just wonder whether there isn't a better way of doing things. Although it's the good people of Warwick and Leamington have clearly gone out in force and done their democratic duty without too much trouble.
Let's have a look at Warwick and Leamington. Can we,
this was a seat that Labour just clung on to last time, 2005, with 266 votes. Since then, there have been boundary changes, and so you can see, if we go into that, what the Tories have taken this time around. Peter, I'm wondering how much the boundary changes have favoured any party. I mean, clearly it was designed to be particularly fair, but are we getting any sense of what that has done to one party or another?
On this particular occasion, the boundary changes helped Labour, or should have helped Labour. It made it slightly easier for them to defend it. They failed to do so because of the size of the swing.
Yep.
Across Britain,
have a look at that.
Yeah, you see an 8.8% swing. Had Labour kept the swing down to 3 or 4%, which they have in many other marginals, they'd have held on to it because of the boundary changes, but they didn't. In other parts of England, the boundary changes have generally helped the Conservatives a little. It hasn't undone all the bias in Britain's political geography in Labour's favour, but it has undone some of that bias. But here...
John was mentioning this extraordinary rise in turnout there. I mean, a sense that people know when they're in a marginal, they are turning out?
They tend to at the end. When pollsters ask people with a week or 2 weeks to go whether people think they live in a marginal or a safe seat, they on the whole don't know. But as the day approaches, as the parties pile in with all the contacts, the phone calls, the leaflets, by the end most people do. And clearly they did in Warwick and Leamington.
Thanks very much, Peter. Talking about electoral reform, next time we're going to show you a very odd electoral anomaly, if you like, between two seats, same share of the vote, wildly different numbers of votes counted in each one. David.
I look forward to that. In the meantime, Jeremy Vine on Labour's share performance of the vote historically from
David.
number 10.
Yes, indeed, from our own interior of the stairwell at number 10. And let me make my way up the stairs. You know, they have the portraits against the staircase. We're going to look up and we're going to see in context Gordon Brown's performance in terms of share of the vote compared to other Labour leaders. So, for example, here we have Clement Attlee, 1945. 47.7% of the vote, 146-seat majority. The majority is written underneath the pictures, as you can see. Nearly 50% of the vote. That's because the Liberals were not really at the races at this stage in British politics. Then 1964, same again. Harold Wilson, 44%. And a much smaller majority here. Big percentages. Slips below 40 in February 74. Harold Wilson, as you can see, 37.2% there. And then October, the second election in 74, Harold Wilson again below 40%, 39.3%, and he gets a very, very slender 3-seat majority. And it looks as if Labour's vote, its share, is drifting away. You have Jim Callaghan, 1979, 36.9% of the vote. And then you get, in 1997, this extraordinary recovery with New Labour and Tony Blair, and 43.2% and a 177-seat landslide majority. So Labour then very much back in the game. The subsequent 2 elections with Tony Blair as leader, absolutely fascinating, because gradually the vote share drops. 2001, 40%. 165-seat majority, you can see. And then it come down even further in 2005 with Mr Blair winning with only just over 35% of the vote. 64-seat majority for him. So there you see down the staircase the various performances of Labour leaders. And if you're Mr Brown, look away now. How has he done? Well, the answer is today in the general election, 29%. So that's below all the other leaders we just mentioned in all the other elections we just mentioned. Where do we go to for a comparison with a Labour leader who performed that badly? We could go to 1992, never became Prime Minister, Neil Kinnock. Lost that election, 35.2% of the votes, still above what Gordon Brown got. The obvious comparison, I think probably actually, is this one, a very painful one for Mr Brown. Michael Foot, 1983, 28.3% of the vote. And it's something that, of course, hasn't been discussed too much yet because we've been busy with so many other things, but Gordon Brown's performance in terms of percentage share of the vote is very low in this election. And it's one of the reasons the argument is made that he cannot stay at number 10. David.
Jeremy, thanks very much indeed. Now let's go back down to College Green and join Andrew Neil.
Thanks, David. I heard David Owen telling us there not to talk about the Labour Party. We're always happy to oblige. We'll talk about the Conservatives. I've got the BBC's political editor to keep us right here. Good, Nick, to see you. I'm joined by Ed Vaizey MP. He wants me to tell you he won his seat by 52% of the vote, so he doesn't need electoral reform. Tim Montgomery of Conservative Home website, and Fraser Nelson, the editor of The Spectator. Fraser, let me come to you first. Tell me the mood of the Conservatives as they come out of this campaign and head towards Mr Cameron's statement at 2:30.
There is not very much happiness amongst the Conservative ranks. I mean, David Cameron has got the greatest swing since 1931, but he failed to get a majority against Prime Ministers as unpopular as Gordon Brown is and against a record as dismal as Labour's is. Everybody I speak to says we should have done better. We should have got the majority. The campaign seems to have reduced Tory support rather than increased it, and that the party is looking very weak now, because if there is a second election, and again, most of the Conservatives I speak to think there will be, probably next year, then think what David Cameron will have to do between now and then. Hideously unpopular things, which is going to make it even more difficult to get a majority next time around.
Is there a stomach among the Conservatives to do any kind of deal with the Lib Dems?
There is none, no. The idea, there's great sensitivity that some parts of the Tory party may want a PR deal which would create this sort of centralising consensus. The parliamentary party doesn't want anything to do with the Lib Dems. They, broadly, if they had a voice right now, and they don't because there is no chairman of the backbench MPs group, if they did, they would be saying, under no circumstances do we do a deal with the Lib Dems. It's got to be a principled minority government heading towards the inevitable second election.
Tim Montgomery, is it your sense, with Conservative Home, you have unparalleled lines to the Tory grassroots, is it your sense that the party would rather see a minority Cameron government than any kind of deal with Mr Clegg?
Absolutely, and we put a poll, started a poll of grassroots members this morning, and we've had over 1,500 replies to that survey so far, and we asked them, coalition or minority government, and it's 92% in favour of going alone and not joining the Liberal Democrats.
So there are 8% dissidents.
There's 8% open to this.
It's a divided party. You also told me during the campaign that you would tell me the truth about the Tory campaign once the election was over. Describe it to me in 2 words.
I can't do it in 2 words.
Well, take a sentence.
The issue, I think, is that the grassroots wanted a very different campaign from the Tory leadership. And the Tory leadership told us all they knew what they were doing. And we had perhaps our best opportunity in a generation to win an election. And we haven't won that election. And I think what we now need from the Cameron leadership is a much more open kind of leadership, a leadership that listens to the views of the broad cross-section of the party, because the party feels frustrated that the kind of campaign that they would have liked to have seen wasn't offered, and actually it's not been a campaign that succeeded.
Ed Vaizey, and because he didn't win the campaign, he has to listen now. When you win, you can do what you want. When you don't win, you've got to listen.
Well, I think David Cameron's done very well, as you said. He's got this huge swing to the Conservatives, a fantastic result since 1931, and he's taken us to within spitting distance of a majority government. We said throughout that it was a big ask to go from where we are. Should he do a deal
with the Liberal Democrats?
Well, my view is that a deal is not on the cards, either
right.
from Nick Clegg or from David Cameron. I think there will be a minority Conservative government with tacit Lib Dem support.
Nick Robinson.
My sense here is there are a lot of Conservatives here illustrating the problem and illustrating in the phrase that was used in expenses, they don't get it. There isn't a Conservative minority government currently on offer. They don't have enough votes to do
Let me just interrupt you, Nick. Let's go straight to the result at Bethnal Green and Bow.
Votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
And this is the seat which George Galloway stood at last time
the Labour
round.
Party candidate.
And
21,780.
There's a new Respect candidate standing here in place of George Galloway, who lost, incidentally, his seat in Poplar and Limehouse.
21,784. Farid Backett, the Green Party, 856. Patrick Brooks, Independent, 277. Mahmood Chowdhury, Independent, 100. Hasbit Hikmat, United Voice, 209. Zakir Hussain Khan, the Conservative Party candidate, 7,071. Ahmed Abdul Malik, Independent, 71. Geoffrey Christopher Marshall, the British National Party, 1,405. Ajmal Mazroor, Liberal Democrat, 10,210. Abjol Mia, Respect, 8,532. Alexandra Reen van Terheven, Pirate Party of the United Kingdom, 213. The number of ballot papers rejected, 662. Ballot papers included.
So this is a Labour gain, the third Labour gain of this election.
Turnout.
And Respect no longer has a seat in the House of Commons.
And I hereby do declare
They've
that
gained
Rushnara Ali
Blaenau
is
Gwent,
elected as
Chesterfield
Member of
and
Parliament.
Bethnal Green and Bow, those three. So Labour take that seat back. Let's just see the figures. Majority of 11,500, a very hefty majority. Not a particularly big turnout, but 10% up on what it was, 10 percentage points up on what it was last time round. Majority of 11,574. And the change here, and this huge fall in Respect, that figure, the 20% drop, 20 percentage point drop in Respect is George Galloway's vote when he stood here at the last general election in 2005. He said he wouldn't stand twice in this place. And a swing of 14.1% from Respect to Labour. The Conservatives have held on to Saffron Walden. Since we're short of results, let's just see that. We've got 25 to go. Alan Hazelhurst, who's a Deputy Speaker who sits in when the budget's taken instead of the Speaker in the House of Commons. His majority 15,000. And up 5 percentage points. Labour down 5 percentage points. UKIP up 2. So there we are. We might just have a look at one or two new faces that have come in with the Conservatives. Alan Hazelhurst is certainly not a new face, but Zach Goldsmith is in Richmond Park. The novelist Louise Bagshaw in Corby, the steel town. And Esther McVeigh in Wirral West. And Jacob Rees-Mogg, whose sister, Annunciata Rees-Mogg, failed to take the neighbouring seat, took North West Somerset, son of a former editor of The Times, Priti Patel in Witton, and Sam Gyama in Surrey. Surrey? Surrey. Sounds a very large place, Surrey, to be a seat. Surrey East, is it? Which Surrey was that, I wonder? Oh, well, I'm not sure. Surrey East, I think it was, yes. Well, now, I've been joined here by one of the most distinguished figures of British political coverage, of election coverage, Dr. David Butler from Oxford University, who has covered every election since 1950, who invented the whole concept of swing, which is actually known as Butler swing, who's written studies of almost every election, who I worked with the first election I presented way back in 1979. So he really is the guru of gurus on elections. David, I just want to ask you what you make of this result of this election.
Well, it's fascinating for a nerd like me and you who like elections and see it is an extraordinary result. It is has been a very odd story, the election as a whole. The result produces very difficult problems for all the parties, and one finds it very difficult to see how they can be solved with in a lasting way. And I'm afraid I have to, or perhaps I'm happy I have to say, that we shall see another election before very long, because I don't see the compromises that are necessary for an understanding, let alone a coalition, being made by the present parties, the rank and file, let alone the leaders.
Is this because of the eagerness to have another election to cap one that's uncertain. I mean, rather like Harold Wilson in
I think
74.
The 1974 analogy is a very strong one, and I think on the whole that if Cameron does form the next government, a minority government, he's got a very good chance, or in the past times would have had a very good chance of winning a clear majority on give them a fair go, a quick election afterwards. Unfortunately, at the moment, the economic situation is so dire that any new government getting in may very soon get itself deeply unpopular.
Is your view then one of pessimism about the British electorate? I mean, after all, everybody knows the problems we're in. People differ about the cause of it. All three parties say they've got to be radical cuts in public spending and increases in taxation. And yet you're saying that the person who has to do that will become unpopular, as though we were all children and couldn't accept what it is that's got to be done.
Well, apparently it's the view that Mervyn King holds, and maybe a wrong view. I don't like to hold it because I'm naturally an optimist, and I think, on the whole, my fellow countrymen have a lot of good sense, and they ought to be able to sort it all out. I can't say that I've been encouraged in that idea, really, by all the bromide things I've heard in the last 24 hours.
It's quite interesting. Rory Catherine-Jones has got some twittering and tweeting about the Liberals, and a lot of complaints, yes, about the possibility of the Liberals getting into bed with the Tories.
Well, what I've got, David, is a quick look at the blogs. We saw, heard a lot about Twitter. It's important to remember there are political blogs out there that are important. Conservative Home, we saw its editor. It's got a discussion already out there about PR and whether there should be some concession. Immediately, Christians Support Cameron says on this blog, "We need to govern alone. Our country requires it. PR should not be pursued under any circumstances." But by contrast, one perhaps lone voice here, Douglas Carswell, quite a right-wing Conservative, is actually calling for the party to consider electoral reform on his blog. So one voice there amongst the Conservatives. Amongst the Liberal Democrats, yes, they too, on their blog, Liberal Democrat Voice, are talking about this issue, but they're already unhappy, a few people, that Nick Clegg seems to be coming down on the side of the Conservatives. Big mistake, says one of them. Other people coming back and saying, this is very poor, we shouldn't be doing this. Welcome to savage cuts, somebody saying there. I have got a couple of tweets. I thought you were different, Nick Clegg. I thought you had fairness at heart. But somebody else, whilst I would have preferred a Lab-Lib union, I think Clegg has done the right thing. Love it or hate it, cons do have more votes. And just on one other tweet here, quite interesting, Sally Burko has been one of the most vigorous tweeters throughout this campaign.
The Speaker's wife.
The Speaker's wife, a very vigorous Labour supporter. She's turned up at her husband's count in Buckingham and she's gone quiet. No tweets from me for a few hours now. Listen to sighs of relief. Got to do the 1950s housewife, political wifey stuff. So there's Sally Burko.
David Butler, what do you think? You've seen all these elections in close-up. The principle of the argument of some different voting system, are you sympathetic to it intellectually? Do you think it's the right way for this country to go, or are you a first-past-the-post man?
I'm sorry, I'm terribly ambivalent about this. I think that the electoral system can't be justified, the present majoritarian system, if it doesn't work. I've never thought we'd get PR until we had at least 2 successive elections not producing a clear majority, which is the justification for the unfairness. But it is an unfair system. At the moment, it's unfair to the Conservatives. They needed about 7% more than Labour did in order to get a clear majority. It's unfair to the Liberals because when they're very close to Labour, they were still bound to get many fewer seats. So when it's very unfair, you can be indignantly pro-PR, but the trouble is, if you are pro-PR, it means that you have to accept we shall have minority governments with BNP, UKIP representation, other awkward minorities congesting the work of Parliament.
And Peter Hennessy, since we're on the point, what's your view?
I've always been torn, rather in the way that David is, because when you look at it in the most detached way possible, our voting arrangements are a rigged market. In an era of deregulation and competition everywhere else, we've had this rigged market. But there is also a historical argument for saying that clear, decisive majorities, quite often at times of crisis are a desirable thing. And the problem we're facing today is that elections normally are a combination of catharsis and refreshment of the House of Commons. We're getting a refreshment of the House of Commons, but it's far from cathartic. It's a very, very scratchy result, which is making us very, very scratchy with ourselves. If we had a minority system, however, each time, we'd have to institutionalise it. We wouldn't have this bit of paper that I've been quoting endlessly from the Cabinet Office of the Palace and the Justice Select Committee. We'd have to have what Scotland has in the devolution legislation, a drill written out in legislation for how we handle uncertain results like this.
If you had it, could you try it out? Didn't France try it out and then abandon it? Could you try it out, and if it didn't work, I mean, we're a pragmatic country, supposedly, and if it didn't work, go back?
I'm sure that would become an issue of political dispute. I don't think you'd get a permanent solution for any electoral system. All electoral systems have their flaws, and different ones are suitable for different countries and different times. But at the moment, I'm afraid it is very difficult to come down firmly on one side or the other. They all have snags.
W.H. Auden, in his lecture at Oxford when he was made Professor of Poetry, said his preferred method of government was dictatorship tempered by assassination. And that one, with that, there can be no argument. That works. Let's join Jeremy Paxman.
I think we're joined now by Jack Dromey, who has just been elected in Birmingham and joins his wife in the House of Commons, his wife being Harriet Harman. Jack Dromey, what do you think of this idea of some sort of accommodation between your party and the Liberal Democrats?
Well, the electorate have spoken. What they want is stable government. What they do not want is a Conservative government. What's extraordinary about the results last night is that the big loser is the Conservative Party. We've been in power for 13 years. We've had the worst global economic crisis for 100 years. We've had the Tories pouring Ashcroft money into the marginals to try and buy seats. They were, the Conservative Party, 24% ahead in the polls, yet they have failed to gain a majority in the House of Commons.
They got 2 million more votes than you did.
The country does not want a Conservative government. What it expects now...
2 million more people want it than want a Labour government, apparently.
Yes, but the country wants stable government, progressive government, fair government. It does not want a Conservative government. And
well, then why did more people vote for it?
The verdict of the country is clear. If this was a Conservative country, and it is not a Conservative country, the Conservatives would have won a majority. The big losers are the Conservative Party.
The Conservatives got more votes than Tony Blair got in one of his elections.
The Conservatives have not succeeded in winning a majority in Parliament.
Well, thank you for stating the blindingly obvious.
The electorate does not want a Conservative government. The last thing at a time like this that the country needs is a Conservative government, not least because with their plans, Jeremy, for an emergency budget in 60 days, they'd make huge cuts.
Just to be clear about this, what they've really said is they want a minority government led by an unpopular Prime Minister who has failed to win an election, propped up by a party in third place. That's what the people of Britain really want, is it?
Discussions will now need to take place as to how we can deliver stable government in difficult times for the people of Britain. The outcome must not be, however, a Conservative government. And the Liberals are going to have to reflect upon this. Do they really want to get into bed with David Cameron? Because you've only got to come here to Birmingham to see what's happened as a consequence of a Conservative Lib Dem alliance in the council, cutting 2,000 jobs, services to the community. As a consequence, in Birmingham, the Conservatives did not make gains.
I think we've understood you. Thank you very much, Jack Dromey. Thanks.
Thank you.
So let's rejoin Jeremy Vine. Jeremy, if you're equipped and ready to go, are you in Downing Street or where are you now?
We are in our own Downing Street, David, yes. And do you remember at the very start of all this, which was... a long time ago, 12, 14 hours ago, we were looking at the Conservatives' paving stones, the seats they need, the 116 seats for David Cameron to get all the way down Downing Street to number 10. Each paving stone has the name of a seat on it, and as they won them, we've put them down in the street. So Dover is there, for example, and gradually they moved on a little bit further. Stockton South means they no longer have only one seat in the northeast of England. Pudsey, you can see the names on the paving stones. Chatham, Hove, down the street they came, winning these seats. We laid them out at first in order of difficulty. Now we simply laid them out in the order they won them in. And the last one, as you've just heard, Warwick coming in. And it leaves David Cameron short, doesn't it? He hasn't quite paved the whole way to the door of number 10. There's a bit of space between the paving stones and the doorstep. Now, our projections give him some more seats, so he'll close this space down even further. It's tantalising for David Cameron. Look how close he has got, but he's not quite there. He can't go up the steps and get to the top just yet as Prime Minister, and he can't really go through the open door because Gordon Brown is still in there. David.
Jeremy, thanks so much. We've had one call, not a particularly impressive one or powerful one, for Brown to go.
Yes, Jane Kennedy, former minister, former MP from Liverpool, Wavertree. She said that Gordon Brown should step down as he has not been seen to be able to communicate the message. We needed somebody who could communicate the Labour Party's vision and policy, and she says that he needs to stand down. Let me just add that Jane Kennedy was not a known lover of Gordon Brown and has expressed those sort of views before about his leadership, and seeing as she has stood down as an MP, maybe, you know, not the bravest, kind of not in the front line saying he's got to go, not in the vanguard, I think it's fair to say.
Nick Clegg, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, has left Cowley Street, party headquarters, where he made his statement about Conservative Party has most votes and seats. It's up to them to show they can rule in the national interest. And whether he's on his way to meetings or discussions, who knows? Or maybe he's just going home to Putney to have a good night's sleep or a good day's sleep. Anyway, a man at the centre of attention, Nick Clegg, as a result of this election, which was a disappointment to him, as he confessed. Liberal number of seats fell by 5, or they've fallen by 5 so far, and the vote only went up a tiny bit, despite that euphoria. It's an extraordinary story, really, because everywhere you went during that campaign, people were saying, oh, the Liberal vote's going to go up, the Liberal vote's going to soar away. Everybody was talking about how everybody else was going to vote Liberal, and they didn't, or Liberal Democrat.
I mean, the percentage share of vote is up 1%, which, compared to where we were and where we thought we were going to be, is not it.
Emily.
Jeremy was showing you a second ago his paving stones. Why hadn't the Conservatives quite made it? And I'll give you an indication of why not. It's this extraordinary electoral analogy, if you want. I'm going to take you to 2 seats. The first was the very first declaration of the night. Bridget Phillipson winning here for Labour with 50.3% share of the vote. And let me take you on to another one where the result was exactly the same for the Tories, Nigel Evans winning with 50.3% share of the vote. But the difference, this man needed 26,000 votes to the Labour candidate's 19,000. Why, Peter?
There are 2 reasons, Emily. The first is that the electorate in Ribble Valley is quite a lot larger than that in Houghton and Sunderland South. 78,000 in Ribble Valley, 68,000 in Houghton. Despite the boundary change, which was supposed to make all the seats roughly equal size, they were operating on 2001 census data. So they're behind the curve. More shifts of...
Can the Conservatives complain that this is an unfair system, or is it just where they are winning seats?
It's slightly unfair in the sense that the Boundary Commission is always operating on old data, not on the best current estimates. But the more important reason is the turnout was higher in Ribble Valley. It was 67% as against 55% in Houghton. So the combination of higher turnout and a bigger electorate meant that the Conservatives need typically some thousands more votes on average in their seats than Labour needs in its seats. Now, 5 years ago, Labour got 36% of the vote and a 3-point lead over the Conservatives and had a clear 66-seat majority. Last night, or yesterday, the Conservatives got 37% of the vote, an 8-point lead over Labour. So they did better in the popular vote than Labour, but they're well short. And that's the reason why, because Britain's political geography is still stacked against the Tories. Can I make one more personal point? It's wonderful to see David Butler here. 44 years ago, but he was... his lectures inspired me to go into political number crunching. And I think if the new government wants to do something that nobody will object to and the union of number crunchers will applaud, it will be to give David the knighthood, which I think is long overdue.
And certainly, if Dr. Butler's right in his prognosis, we won't be dismantling this set anytime soon. David?
Right. Well, I don't know whether you heard that Iconium
Yes, rather embarrassing.
Very embarrassing. But nonetheless true. Let's go on, because we've got a few moments only before we go to the news. We're joined from Cardiff by Rhodri Morgan, who formerly First Minister of Wales. Thank you for coming to talk to us. Well, what do you think about the state of play here in London and at Westminster? How would you be thinking? What advice would you give people about how to handle it?
Well, you have to take advice. When we were faced with a similar situation in 2007, I got on the telephone to Helen Clark in New Zealand a couple of times and asked her advice, and she sent her health minister over to Cardiff, who happened to be in London, to talk to the Labour executive about how to form a minority government with a coalition, because she told me over the phone, we just ripped up the Westminster rule book in trying to form a government. And I think there's going to be a lot of ripping up the Westminster rule book in facing this unprecedented situation. Now, obviously, David Cameron's in the pole position, but unless he can do some sort of a deal with the Liberal Democrats or others to get a Queen's speech through, then I don't think he can form a sustainable government, which is obviously desperately needed in the view of the, financial firestorm going on out there in the financial markets.
But Rhodri, what do you mean when you say you tore up the rule book, the Westminster rule book? Were you prepared to make a whole raft of changes that had never occurred to you when you were fighting the election?
Well, what you have to do, you have to allow civil servants to be guiding parties like the Liberal Democrats, who are conducting simultaneous negotiations with us, Labour, and with Plaid Cymru and the Conservatives to form an anti-Labour coalition. And in different parts of the Welsh Assembly government headquarters building, there were teams of civil servants bringing together special advisors and not the leaders, but the sort of very, very close to the leaders, senior politicians and special advisors, to see if the anti-Labour coalition could be formed and a Labour-Lib Dem coalition could be formed.
Was it a painful process for you as a politician? Did you have to eat a lot of humble pie?
Yes. Well, I mean, it took us 2 months and I finished up having a heart attack. But, I mean, apart from that, it was very stressful, clearly. But we got there in the end. And we had time to be patient because we did not have financial responsibilities, nor was there a raging financial firestorm out in the international financial markets. But Nick Clegg is the critical person here, and Vince Cable maybe, because if David Cameron cannot form a sustainable government, it's no use him saying, I can form a minority government, I will dare the other parties to vote down the Queen's speech, and I'll call an election because I've got the money to fight the second election, and we know Labour and the Liberal Democrats can't. That's no good, because the Queen wouldn't then grant him a dissolution if the Queen's speech is voted down.
Rhodri Morgan, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for coming and talking to us and giving us those insights.
Well, last night saw the departure of a number of famous faces. For instance, the former Home Secretary, Jackie Smith, who lost her seat to the Tories, and the arrival of some new faces. The Greens now have their first MP. But the night was also mired in controversy after hundreds of people weren't allowed to cast their votes after polling stations closed at 10 o'clock. Ben Brown looks now at the night's events. Viewers are warned there is some flash photography in his report.
At many polling stations, like this one in Sheffield, there were queues around the block. Turnout was higher than expected. Too high, it seems, for some election officials who simply couldn't cope and locked out hundreds of furious voters when the ballot boxes closed.
It's terribly undemocratic. I think everybody's very angry.
Hear, hear.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can't get in to vote, and we feel scandalised by this.
It was the same story in parts of Leeds, London, Liverpool, Manchester and Newcastle, with voters turned away and the possibility of legal challenges in some seats.
Should have got more staff in, should have got it more prepared, more staff, should have done it properly, everything.
If you're trying to wash your hands of it...
People missed out their votes out there, it's totally wrong.
We're being disenfranchised and that's not on. This could make all the difference between somebody losing or winning.
In Sunderland, volunteers raced to count the ballots of those who had managed to vote.
And I hereby declare that Zac Goldsmith has been duly elected.
The night turned out to be a mixed one for the Tories. The millionaire, Zac Goldsmith, seized Richmond Park, but the Conservatives failed in other target seats like Westminster North, where Labour were cock-a-hoop. It all meant that when David Cameron attended his count in Witney, the most he could claim was that Labour had lost.
I believe it is already clear that the Labour government has lost its mandate to govern our country.
Labour lost some big names. The former Home Secretary Jackie Smith in Redditch. She paid the price for being mired in the expenses scandal. It was a hugely disappointing night too for the Liberal Democrats, the flamboyant Lembit Opik among their casualties. Other notable results were Caroline Lucas in Brighton, who becomes Britain's first Green MP, while the BNP leader Nick Griffin was comprehensively defeated in Barking and Dagenham. At the end of this cliffhanger of an election, Gordon Brown flew back from Scotland.
Hello, Prime Minister. Is it all finished?
Good evening. It's been a very long night. There's still a long way to go.
At dawn, he headed to Labour headquarters to greet party workers. He is still Prime Minister. He is still in power. But for how much longer? Ben Brown, BBC News.
And we are expecting Gordon Brown to walk into Downing Street shortly outside number 10. If he does, of course, we'll bring it straight to you. No party emerges with a clear majority. We will have a hung parliament, as we've been saying. The big question is which parties will be able to negotiate a deal to form a new government. Jeremy Vine has been number crunching with the projected results to see how the House of Commons might look. Here it is.
We'll start with Labour here. With their you can see the columns of MPs, 306 Conservative MPs there, the blue column, 261 Labour, and then the Lib Dems on 55, and the other parties, Northern Irish, Scottish, Welsh nationalists, the others and so on, much smaller numbers. So let's look first at this Labour column and just ask what happens if other parties support them. Let's take, for a start, the SDLP in Northern Ireland, who take the Labour whip, so we can put them happily in the Labour column, surely. 264 they're on now. You see the party join them at the bottom of the column. 264. Nowhere near the 326 they need for an overall majority. So you start looking around and you think, it's got to be, hasn't it, the Liberal Democrats. And notwithstanding what we've heard from Nick Clegg, let's just put the Liberal Democrats in the Labour column to make this point, that once that happens, they're on 319. 319, so they're still not on 326, even with the Liberal Democrats and the SDLP. And at that point, what do they need? Well, maybe they could say to themselves, Sinn Féin, the 4 Sinn Féin MPs don't tend to turn up at Westminster. They could do it with just a few, maybe a couple less than 326. Maybe they could bring in, this is a bit fantastical, bring in the Scottish nationalists as well, 6 of their MPs. Where are they then? 325. They've just about done it, but that looks like a pretty rocky coalition, not least because Nick Clegg has made it clear that his first thoughts are about the Conservatives because they've got the most votes and the most seats. So let's put them all back to where they were, and let's have a look at the Conservatives now. What can they do with this 306? They're not that far short, are they? They're over 300. They just need 20. They might start with the Democratic Unionists in Northern Ireland. 8 of those MPs, like-minded, surely wouldn't be a problem to bring them over into the Conservative column. They remain short. They're on 314, but they're getting closer. If they look across the other MPs here, the smaller groups of MPs, their eyes might alight on the others. Would that work? Well, one of them is an Alliance MP who took Peter Robinson's seat in Northern Ireland. She would be unlikely to join the Conservatives, more likely to join Labour. The second one, Sylvia Herman, now sitting as an independent unionist, has already turned down the chance of working with the Conservatives. So I don't think we can go to the others here. We may have to instead look again to the Liberal Democrats. It keeps coming back to the Liberal Democrats. The extraordinary paradox of this situation is that Nick Clegg has been pushed back in this election to 55 seats, but has ended up with more power. So once again, let's move the Liberal Democrats and see the effect of this. And now you see this blue column goes way above the 326 needed, 369.
Jeremy Vine there. We're just going to show you some pictures of Downing Street. We were expecting the Prime Minister, yes, he's still Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, to come out and make a statement outside Downing Street. We're hearing now number 10 saying that statement has been slightly delayed, so it will be within the next half hour. Of course, as soon as Mr Brown does come out of number 10 to make that statement, we will bring it straight to you. Before that, we're going to get the latest from our correspondents around the UK. In a moment, we're going to be hearing from Lorna Gordon in Edinburgh and Colette Hume in Cardiff. First, let's speak to our Ireland correspondent, Mark Simpson. Mark joins us from Belfast. The big news from Belfast, of course, is that the DUP leader lost his seat overnight, Mark.
Yes, Peter Robinson, a spectacular loss by the man who is Northern Ireland's First Minister, but for the moment he's hanging on as the party leader and as the First Minister here, but no longer MP here in East Belfast. The bigger picture, as Jeremy Vine was talking about, is fascinating concerning Northern Ireland MPs, and the focus is on Peter Robinson's party. He didn't get elected, but 8 of his colleagues did. Speaking to the Democratic Unionists this morning, they say they're open to offers from either the Tories or Labour.
All right, Mark, thanks very much. Let's go to Edinburgh now and join our correspondent there, Lorna Gordon. And what's the SNP saying about a possible deal, Lorna?
Yes, well, we've been hearing in the last hour or so that Labour has made overtures to the SNP. The SNP say they will take up the offer of civil service advice. They say they have a duty to look at all the options, but a fascinating election result here in Scotland. The Tories and the SNP had very big aspirations. Neither of them met it. And in fact, the Tories have been left with just 1 MP north of the border. So if David Cameron does become Prime Minister, the SNP will probably be arguing, where is the mandate to govern in Scotland?
All right, Lorna, thanks very much. Lorna Gordon in Edinburgh. You saw a brief glimpse of our correspondent Colette Hume there in Cardiff. Let's get the picture in Wales. Colette.
Labour remain the largest party here in Wales, with 26 of the 40 seats up for grabs. But make no mistake, the voters have given Labour a bloody nose. Their share of the vote is the lowest since 1918. Better news for the Conservatives. They increased their haul from 3 seats up to 8. Now, the Liberal Democrats didn't have a good night. As you were hearing, Lembit Opik lost his seat controversially. Could those appearances in celebrity magazines have contributed to his downfall? And Plaid Cymru had 3 seats, still has 3 seats, was hoping for more. But there is still hope for Plaid Cymru. Its leader is on record as saying he is prepared to give his support to a party in government if they concur with his key demands. What are they? He wants an extra £300 million a year for Wales.
All right, Colette, thanks very much. Let me just bring you up to date with where we are at the moment. The Conservatives have 298 seats, Labour have 253, and the Liberal Democrats have 53. We were expecting a statement from the Prime Minister, Gordon Brown. Let's talk to our political editor, Nick Robinson, who's in Downing Street now. Nick.
We're expecting the Prime Minister in the next few moments. I think this will be an update designed to get his version of events out before David Cameron does at 2:30. I've been talking to people close to Gordon Brown. On the one hand, they say he understands his responsibility not to give up the fight when it is still possible that a Labour arrangement with the Liberal Democrats could produce a government. But I'm also being told by some of those close to him, he understands that the Liberal Democrats may want someone else to lead a future government. That strikes me as Gordon Brown and his friends preparing the way for him to show the willingness to stand aside, to resign as Labour leader and Prime Minister, to allow someone else to form a coalition. Now, it may not happen for some time, but that is clearly what is being discussed inside Downing Street now as they try and work out what deal, if any, could Labour make with the Liberal Democrats in order to hold on to power.
Well, Nick, the Conservatives will be saying, hang on, we've got 32% of the share of the vote. We've got more seats than Labour. Why can't we have the mandate to govern?
They certainly will be doing that, and I'm sure that that's what David Cameron will argue when he makes his statement at 2:30, insisting that Labour have lost, that he has won by any normal judge of the matter, and calling on all parties, including the Liberal Democrats, to help him govern in the national interest. It's pretty clear that David Cameron will not want a coalition, and even if he did want one, he wouldn't get agreement from his own party and party members. It's pretty clear he doesn't want electoral reform and wouldn't get agreement on that. So in a sense, what he has to do is adopt the mantle of Prime Minister, start to act as if he's the Prime Minister and defy the Liberal Democrats to bring him down and take the consequences in terms of attitudes in the market, the hostility that they would meet in the newspapers, and he hopes the hostility that there would be from British public opinion as well. What will be intriguing at 2:30, and we're getting no guidance on this, is what, if any, offer will he have to make in terms of their involvement, not necessarily directly in government, but their involvement in the key decisions ahead.
So, Nick, this is the Prime Minister, in effect, firing a shot across the bows of David Cameron as leader of the Conservative Party, getting his public statement in first. and trying to kibosh whatever David Cameron's going to say.
Well, he's certainly, if not getting a shot across the bows, David, he's certainly saying, I'm still in this game. I resist the notion that it is now your turn. It is just as much my turn. And he will keep repeating that the constitutional settlement in this country says that the sitting Prime Minister is the Prime Minister until they're not. In other words, until they discover that they can't secure a majority in the House of Commons and then feel forced to resign. So what we're seeing here, in a sense, with all these statements by the major party leaders, is a battle for public opinion, positioning as well, an attempt to intimidate their opponents and sometimes to woo them. But I am sure that Gordon Brown wants the country to know he is, at least for the moment, and Labour certainly are, still, as far as he can tell, in the game of trying to form a stable government.
But you know, ever since Gordon Brown became Prime Minister back in the summer of 2007, people have been saying he has no legitimacy, no political legitimacy, because he wasn't, and of course it's in a sense a fallacious argument, because there have always been Prime Ministers who haven't had general elections. But anyway, that was the pressure on him. It would be very strange, wouldn't it, for the Labour Party to choose a new leader now, just after an election, and then put him forward, or her forward, as Prime Minister? Presumably that's what they're thinking of.
It would be strange, David, but listen carefully to what Peter Mandelson, effectively Deputy Prime Minister, key strategist behind the scenes here, said on our programme when he first came on early this morning. He said that he accepted that the country had voted for change, but they weren't sure that the change they wanted was the Conservatives. If, and it is a big if, but if Labour want to present to the country a government that they say is stable, a government that will take the right decisions they will claim on the economy and political reform, they can say it is change, in part because it's a coalition involving the Liberal Democrats and new faces, therefore, around the cabinet table, but ultimately because it was led by someone new. Now, it's an extraordinarily bold thing to do. If they try it, it would risk, as you say, angry cries from people who say, well, look, we've just had an election, we've just had prime ministerial debates. Who is this guy that you are now asking us to accept? But on the other hand, if that is what is necessary for Labour to stay in power, that is what I think they'll do. The one thing we've learned today, David, we knew that Gordon Brown fought and fought and fought to hold on to power. What is also clear is that Labour are not letting go.
Nick, thank you very much indeed. Well, it is absolutely fascinating, and we will stick with it, of course, right through. We've got the statement coming from Gordon Brown, Prime Minister, whenever it comes, and we've got the statement from David Cameron at 2:30. Here in the BBC Election Studio, our eyes are now fixed on the door of number 10 Downing Street, because in between now and 1:45, in the next 10 minutes or so, we've been assured that Gordon Brown is going to come out into Downing Street and make a statement. We don't know the content of the statement, but he's making it 3/4 of an hour before David Cameron speaks on behalf of the Conservative Party about his views about what to do about the hung Parliament. As for the hung Parliament itself, we still have 17 seats to go. We've had 633 declared. And the current state of play, Conservatives are up 94, Labour down 88, and the Liberal Democrats are down 5. And the prediction is that at the end, when those 17 have come through, Conservatives will be on 307, well short of that 326 they need for an overall majority. Labour way down on 259, and the Liberal Democrats on 56. And in terms of the vote, well, the Conservatives are on 10.5 million now. That's about 36%, just over 36% of those who went to the polls of the 45 million who were entitled to do it. Labour is on 8.5 million, roughly speaking. That's 29%, way down behind the Tories. And the Liberal Democrats on 6.5, just over 6.5, 6.6 million at 22.9 is their share. So it is the result that we've been talking about all along, where Labour don't get that many more votes than the Liberal Democrats, but get a huge number more seats, where the Conservatives are ahead in the popular vote and ahead in the number of seats in the new House of Commons, but don't have the power, the clout on their own to get an overall majority to get their legislation through. That's how things stand at the moment. Now, we can go down to College Green at Westminster and join Andrew Neil there, who's got Michael Howard with him, but we will keep an eye all the time on number 10 and make sure we don't miss Gordon Brown's statement. Andrew, over to you.
David, thank you for that. We're also looking forward to David Cameron's statement at 2:30 this afternoon in response to Mr Clegg's remarks this morning. We don't expect Mr Cameron to offer any kind of deal to the Liberal Democrats, but to say that he will govern in the national interest and in doing so hope to deserve Lib Dem support. How would that go down with you?
Well, I think that's exactly the right thing to do. And I think Nick Clegg was statesmanlike this morning in what he said. He clearly said that David Cameron should be given the opportunity to show that he can govern in the national interest. That, of course, is exactly what David Cameron has always wanted to do, what he would do. So I think that what Nick Clegg said this morning indicates that David Cameron should be given the opportunity to form a government, to put a Queen's speech to Parliament. Presumably the Liberal Democrats would abstain on that Queen's speech, and David Cameron would then demonstrate that he can indeed and would indeed govern in the national interest. And of course, there's an element of self-interest in what Nick Clegg said, because the Liberal Democrats would never be forgiven if they entered into some stitched-up deal behind closed doors which kept Gordon Brown in Downing Street.
So warm words, but in your view, no deal.
Now, what is important is the national interest. And this is a time when people need to come together to do what is necessary to deal with the terrible economic crisis that Labour's leaving behind, to get the economy moving again, and to get the country out of the hole that it's in. That's what David Cameron wants to do. In the national, he's not going to want to do things because they're in the Conservative Party manifesto. He wants to do things because they're in the national interest, and I'm sure he'd be prepared to work with anyone who's prepared to cooperate with him to achieve that objective.
Could a Conservative minority government survive for long?
I think it could. Well, we have the experience, don't we, in Scotland, where a minority administration has survived for quite a while. And we have it in other countries too. The logic is, Nick Clegg had it absolutely right, give David Cameron the opportunity to show that he can govern in the national interest. That's what he will do.
But suppose Mr Cameron and Mr Clegg have a kind of tacit agreement to do this. How do you get Gordon Brown out of Downing Street?
Well, we know that Gordon Brown has an uncertain grip on reality, and we know that he tends to think that anybody who disagrees with him is somehow, well, we know the kind of words that he used in the campaign. What has now become absolutely crystal clear is that most of the country don't agree with Gordon Brown, and most of the country want Gordon Brown to get out of Downing Street.
Not enough of the country agreed with your party either.
Well, very nearly. And, you know, it would be jolly nice if Gordon Brown, just for once, could show a little bit of grace and stop trying to cling by what remains of his fingernails to a tenure of 10 Downing Street.
So Michael Howard wants David Cameron to go for a minority Conservative government and not do any kind of deal. Correct?
I want David Cameron to do what I know he will do, which is to put the national interest first, second, third, fourth, fifth, all the way down. He wants to govern in the national interest.
Provided we can agree what the national interest is. Let's go straight back to the studio and David.
Thanks, Andrew. Well, we're joined now, I hope, by Ian Watson from Labour Party headquarters, who was talking to us a little bit earlier. Ian, do you have any more information about what the Labour Party is planning to say and what position they're taking up?
Yes, I do. The Prime Minister, as we know, is going to be making a statement very shortly. Now, that statement is going to be what's called a Prime Ministerial statement, not a party leader's statement. So, in other words, he was talking about the kind of conventions that would take place in the event of a hung parliament, how the civil service can help the parties talk to each other to try to reach some kind of agreement. But there's a clear political message behind that statement, and it is this, that in there, in Labour Party headquarters, they've taken unofficial soundings. They are desperately worried that Nick Clegg is going to prop up, as they see it, a Conservative government. Therefore, what they want to do is get the Prime Minister out before David Cameron makes his statement to make it very clear to Liberal Democrats what would be an offer from a Labour government. In other words, re-stressing this commitment to electoral reform and to other changes to political reforms, and trying to set out their stall, because what they think they can do is, in effect, put pressure on Nick Clegg, in effect, to hold off, don't do any kind of deal, informal or otherwise, with David Cameron. Otherwise, people in his own party might get desperately upset with him. So Gordon Brown will look as though he's addressing the nation, if you like, as Prime Minister in these difficult times with a hung Parliament. He'll be telling them, don't worry about a hung Parliament. It doesn't necessarily mean that the economy will be wrecked. But his real message is actually to say to Liberal Democrats, if you don't want to deal with the Conservatives, put pressure on Nick Clegg not to do that deal, and that's why they're rushing him out of Downing Street this afternoon.
Do the Labour Party people detect any animus towards Gordon Brown on the part of the Liberal Democrats? I think the Prime Minister's just coming out, or is it somebody?
I want to make a statement.
Let's hear the Prime Minister.
With the outcome of the general election, we find ourselves in a position unknown to this generation of political leaders, with no single party able to have a Commons majority and therefore have a majority government. I've therefore felt that I should give you, through you, the country, my assessment of where we are. I do so as Prime Minister with a constitutional duty to seek to resolve the situation for the good of the country, not as the leader of the Labour Party less than a day after the election. What we have seen are no ordinary election results. People have been talking for some time, inside and outside government, about the possibility of a hung parliament. That possibility has now become very real and pressing. The question for all the political parties now is whether a parliamentary majority can be established that seeks to reflect what you, the British people, have just told us. First, it is well understood that we face immediate economic challenges that must be met. A meeting of the Eurogroup is being held tonight to discuss Greece and other issues. In advance of this, the G7 finance ministers, including America and Britain, are meeting by conference call to discuss the deteriorating situation in the euro area. Alistair Darling is participating for the UK. Our economic priorities for Britain are to support economic recovery this year, 2010, and as the recovery stabilises, to move swiftly to implement our deficit reduction plan. On the critical question on the formation of a government which can command a parliamentary majority, I have, of course, seen the statements of other party leaders. I understand and completely respect the position of Mr. Clegg in stating that he wishes first to make contact with the leader of the Conservative Party. As you know, we already have in place mechanisms and facilities that will give the political parties any civil service support that they may need. Mr. Cameron and Mr. Clegg should clearly be entitled to take as much time as they feel necessary. For my part, I should make clear that I would be willing to see any of the party leaders. Clearly, should the discussions between Mr. Cameron and Mr. Clegg come to nothing, then I would, of course, be prepared to discuss with Mr. Clegg the areas where there may be some measure of agreement between our two parties. There are two areas in particular where such discussion would be likely to focus. The first is the plan to ensure continuing economic stability, where there is substantial common ground, and the plan to carry through far-reaching political reforms, including changes to the voting system. Both of us have made clear our commitment to this in our manifestos, and the electorate has sent us a very strong message which must be heard. My view is clear. There needs to be immediate legislation on this to begin to restore the public trust in politics and to improve Parliament's standing and reputation. A fairer voting system is central, and I believe that you, the British people, should be able to decide in a referendum what the system should be. What all of us need to be mindful of is the imperative for a strong and stable government, and for that to be formed, with the authority to tackle the challenges ahead, and one which can command support in Parliament. It is with this in mind that all of us should be facing the times ahead. I understand, as I know my fellow party leaders do, that people do not like the uncertainty or want it to be prolonged. We live, however, in a parliamentary democracy. The outcome has been delivered by the electorate. It is our responsibility now to make it work for the national good. I am sure that you will understand that this is all that I have to say at this stage today. Thank you all very much.
So, a 5-minute statement from the Prime Minister, no questions, and he goes through how he sees things. talking about how government should be carried on and giving time for Clegg and Cameron, he says, to speak. Talks come to nothing, prepared to discuss the agreement, but wants to give them time to do that, and then stressing economic stability and political reform and offering immediate legislation for a fairer voting system. Well, Nick Robinson we'll talk to in just a moment. He was listening to that. Nick, we can see you down there at number 10. What is your instant reaction? I'm sorry to ask you for it instantly, but anyway, to what the Prime Minister said.
Well, I think Gordon Brown is trying to keep all his options open. I was struck by the fact that he wanted to present himself in a prime ministerial light rather than a political light, taking the decisions, as he put it, that were in the national interest, trying to offer reassurance that at a time of economic instability there was still a government in place, that the Chancellor, Alistair Darling, was still participating in those discussions, and that he was willing to say that Nick Clegg should be free to take as long as possible in conversations with David Cameron about the formation of any future government before, if that failed, coming to him. The calculation being made behind that famous black door is this. They are trying to work out whether when Mr Clegg said that he wanted to talk first to the Tories, it is because he's already decided that he doesn't want an arrangement with Labour, that he fears association with a government that has taken such a kicking in the polls, or whether he is just following, as it were, the constitutional niceties, and that Mr Clegg is in fact open-minded about the possibility of forming a coalition. The message clearly Gordon Brown wanted to get out is we're here, we're open to business with the Liberal Democrats, and one key part of that business will be instant legislation for a change in the voting system.
I mean, that was the real, that was the nub of it from the Liberal Democrats' point of view, presumably, immediate legislation to have a fairer voting system, something which Gordon Brown has consistently opposed.
That's right. There's been an effort this morning on our programme by Peter Mandelson and others to say that really Gordon Brown wasn't a great resistor of electoral reform when it was in Labour's manifesto way back in 1997. I can only report that the people who were involved from the Liberal Democrats at the time, Paddy Ashdown, who was in very, very close talks with Tony Blair about the possibility of coming into government and having a deal on electoral reform, regarded Gordon Brown as a complete block to it, as an opponent to it, as someone who was hostile and, in their words, tribal as well. Now, there are, however, friends of Gordon Brown who say even if all of that was not a little harsh in its description, he's changed his mind, partly, of course, under the political pressure of survival and wanting to secure his survival, partly because of the impact of the expenses crisis and the reduced legitimacy, if you like, of Westminster as it currently operates.
But no qualms about his own position as Prime Minister. I mean, not in any way hinting that it might be, you know, if it mattered and they needed a change in the leadership. I mean, not to put it as crudely as that, but not even a whiff of it's not a matter of the leader, it's a matter of the party and its policies or anything like that.
No, I think he didn't give that offer, not just because, David, that would be to weaken Labour's potential negotiating hand in the future, but I suspect there is a good deal of advice, a good deal of, perhaps pressure's too strong a word, but from the civil service, particularly from Sir Gus O'Donnell, the Cabinet Secretary, saying how you act, what you say, how Britain deals with this unprecedented political crisis at a time of economic crisis has real implications for the markets, for the state of Britain's standing in the world. And therefore, I think it is fair to say that Gordon Brown will have that on his mind, not merely the personal and political calculations that you'd expect any party leader at a time like this.
This extraordinary political theatre that's being played out before our eyes this afternoon, and we've just had the Prime Minister's statement there, how will it work? What effect will it have on what David Cameron says?
I think very little on what David Cameron says. I think we can pretty much guess. I don't know, David. No Tory is briefing on what David Cameron will say. But I think he will follow the approach that Alex Salmond, the First Minister of Scotland, took when he won the election in the sense of getting more votes than anybody else in the Scottish Parliament elections, but didn't have a majority. He effectively started to behave as if he was already in charge. I think David Cameron will do that. He will say to the country, look, I didn't win outright, but you know I've won and Labour have lost. He will again try and look statesmanlike and say that he's trying to build a stable government. He'll say that he wants to talk to anybody else involved, but he will wish to create the unstoppable impression in the public mind that it is just a matter of time and that it is a matter of natural justice that he takes over and moves in here to 10 Downing Street. And he knows one thing, David, he of course has a huge part of the national media, not broadcast of course, but the press on his side, who will argue, I've no doubt through their pages tomorrow, let Cameron rule.
Will he refer, do you think, or should he refer in any way to what Clegg said about Cameron's reaching out to other parties to seek to govern? Or will he ignore what Clegg said, effectively?
No, I'd be surprised if he ignored it. I mean, he may not quote him and he may not name him in quite that way, but he will want to create the impression that he understands that he doesn't yet have the results that allow him to govern on his own, that he is open to consultation, to working with others and so on. He wants to create the impression, in other words, that he is a guy that everyone can do business with, who will behave responsibly in this situation. But he will also want, alongside, as it were, the warm words, he will also want, with not quite a hint of menace, but he will want to say that it would be illegitimate to deny the Conservative Party the chance to govern now when they have been so much more successful in the polls than the existing Labour government.
The impression one has is that this is going to be quite a long game. I mean, after we've had the Prime Ministerial statement and we've had David Cameron one, we heard Nick Clegg before, it sounds as though, as far as the public discussion goes, or the public posturing or grandstanding goes, that will be it for today, and then a period of silence will ensue. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's my instinct, yes, David, that's what will happen, and that Nick Clegg in particular, who's got the biggest decision to take, will want to talk to his parliamentary party. They've got a meeting on Saturday morning, and also to the ruling federal executive of his party, effectively to get a negotiating mandate, but also to sound them out. The very, very difficult choice that the Liberal Democrats may now face is quite simple. Yeah. Do they, on the one hand, go in with Labour and get the chance of the thing they've always wanted and always dreamt, instant electoral reform, but with the price attached that they appear to be propping up a government that the electorate has rejected and may, like after the Lib-Lab Pact of the late 70s, suffer dreadfully electorally for that association? Or do they allow David Cameron to govern with little in return in the hope that they benefit from opposing that government at times, securing concessions at other times, and fight another election in which their honour is maintained and they hope to do rather better than they did today?
Nick, thank you very much indeed from Downing Street. Are you going to follow the David Cameron? You're on your way down, are you? Right, OK.
That's right.
On your way down to David Cameron's speech. We're going to the bubble on, I don't like it being called the bubble, the studio on College Green, but just before we do, have you got a comment on
I'm just struck by the silence. You reflect on the sort of
Struck by the silence?
The silence. The morning we had ministers coming in here. In the past 4 weeks we've had ministers kind of, and their shadow spokesmen, pouring all over us, wanting to be on television. Since Nick Clegg made that statement at 11:30, we haven't seen a soul, and I suspect that's the way it's going to stay. I bet you there are absolute strict orders going out that no one says a word. But, you know, the Liberal Democrats have already got their team. Interestingly, one of the people
involved
in
it's not something you said, John?
I'm sure, maybe I've caused offence. It's perfectly possible. But Nick Clegg will have Jim Wallace, who negotiated the Scottish deal, absolutely central to any talks that will take place.
The Liberal Democrat position's asymmetrical. If they do nothing, Cameron forms a government. They actually have to vote against a Cameron Queen speech to stop him forming a government, but they have to positively support Gordon Brown if Gordon Brown's have any chance of continuing in office. But Gordon Brown has dangled before them the big prize, a referendum, not legislation, a referendum on electoral reform. Now, the Liberals got nearly a quarter of the vote, but fewer than 1/10 of the seats. They've been arguing for PR for nearly 90 years. It's almost within their grasp. What are they going to do? Their position isn't actually as strong as they may think, because if Cameron did form a minority government, he might go to the country again in a short time saying, give me the chance to show what I could do. And the likelihood is, the possibility, not the probability, but perhaps the possibility, the country would then give him a majority and the Liberals would lose votes and seats.
And there, as we know, all kinds of ways of procrastinating over changes to the voting system which involve constitutional change and all the rest. We have a result in from Buckingham. The Speaker, John Bercow, who was challenged by Nigel Farage there, has won his seat in Buckingham, and Nigel Farage for UKIP came in third place. John Stevens former Conservative MEP, the Buckinghamshire Campaign for Democracy, took second position, 10,331. I'm not sure the change means all that much because the Tories and Labour weren't there officially, but anyway, there are the changes. And Bercow's down 11%. Speaker he's down as, but actually a Conservative. If he were kicked out of the Speaker's chair, he would revert to being quite simply a Conservative MP, but it sounds that's not going to happen. Right, let's rejoin you, Andrew.
Thanks, David. We've got one of these instant polls. This one from ComRes. The leader of the party with the most votes in the election should get to be Prime Minister. 81% agree with that. Be Mr. Cameron. The leader of the party with the most seats should get to be Prime Minister. 51% agree with that. That would be Mr. Cameron. In the event of a hung parliament, I would prefer David Cameron to be Prime Minister. 48 to 45. That's almost even Stevens within a margin of error. It kind of contradicts the other two questions. But in the event of a hung parliament, I prefer Gordon Brown. 61% disagree. So he pays your money and you takes your choice. I'm joined by Ollie Grender, who used to be head of communications for the Liberal Democrats, and the Tories' favourite blogger, Ian Dale. Ollie, when we were watching the Prime Minister there, you said to me he doesn't realise, as far as the Liberal Democrats are concerned, it's game over. What do you mean?
Well, Nick Clegg is incredibly clear in his statement. He says the person who should get the chance to govern should be the one with the highest number of seats and the highest number of votes. That's what he said throughout the campaign. And what he's done, as Lord Digby-Jones said today, is he's an honourable politician. He's stuck to his word. And he's stuck to his word. He said that's the person who should get the chance to govern.
And you don't believe the carrots that Mr. Brown was dangling in front of Mr. Clegg there will be of any interest to him?
I think it's almost like Gordon Brown hasn't received the memo, which is Nick Clegg's statement outside Cowley Street. My personal reading is that there was a certain level of clarity about it, which is that Cameron needs the chance to prove that he can govern.
Even if it's a minority government, Mr. Clegg would sit back and say, I'll take it as it comes and judge it on its merits.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the thinking is beyond the point that it is very clear that Nick said largest number of seats, largest number of votes.
Even if no deal.
That's the person who gets the chance to govern.
Are we heading for a Conservative minority government?
I think we may be, but there is a prospect of a Conservative Lib Dem coalition, because what Nick Robinson didn't say there was that David Cameron could offer a referendum on PR to Nick Clegg and then campaign against it in the referendum. I think that's a possibility rather than a probability, but it could happen. There are lots of people in the Conservative Party that would accept PR for the House of Lords, for local government.
That's not what the Lib Dems want. They want it for the House of Commons. That's the game changer.
Absolutely, they have an issue with it for Westminster. But Gordon Brown isn't offering PR, he's offering a referendum on PR. Now, David Cameron could trump that.
But what, do you think that David Cameron could offer full proportional representation?
No. He could at least equal it. He could offer a free vote on it in the House of Commons. Remember, a third to a half of Labour MPs do not support PR. They support first past the post. So what Gordon Brown is trying to offer Nick Clegg, I think, is rather desperate. I mean, that struck me as just a completely desperate statement from a desperate Prime Minister.
I think it is terribly desperate. And who would Gordon Brown need to do a deal with in order to govern? I mean, it would possibly be the DUP, it would be a Green, you know, it would be
even
the
then
Nats.
He doesn't get a majority, or barely gets a majority. The only deal on the table is a Conservative Lib Dem coalition.
Well,
the arithmetic doesn't work.
It's up to the number, the critical number, but no more.
There's an important matter of state that I must challenge you about, and that is, you said if the exit poll, which appeared on the BBC and other channels, was wrong, you would run naked down Whitehall. I need to warn women and children, so when are you doing it?
I didn't say which Whitehall.
No, I think you did. You now sound like a
not
politician.
right now, because I've just had my breakfast, bizarrely.
I would just be grateful if you didn't do it while we were on air.
I've still got to examine the small print in that promise.
All right, we'll be watching out for that later. And it's a huge crowd down here, lots of cameras, lots of people, and our very own Matt Fry is there too. Let's go and see him.
Well, thanks, Andrew. Well, this has become a bit of a sort of medieval marketplace, if you like, of conjecture, of guesswork, of whispering. All these people here, and have been gathering all day, want to know what's going on behind those windows in the building behind me, who's going to be living in that building up the road, number 10, and what on earth happened to the man who went to school right there, Westminster School, Nick Clegg. And of course, you know, there is a sense of sort of curiosity about all this. It's quite exciting, but there's also a growing sense of worry. What on earth is happening to our country? What on earth are the people behind these windows going to decide on our behalf, having just gone to the election? So let's just talk to a few people who've come to watch this extraordinary scene here. By the way, I've just also talked to someone from Turkish television and Jordanian television. The world's media really is here trying to figure out what's going on. What are you doing here?
Watching the election.
Right.
And the aftermath.
The election's over. What about the aftermath?
The aftermath, well, it's a disaster, isn't it? A political crisis on the back of an economic disaster.
This is not what you expected?
Well, I think we all predicted a hung parliament, and now we've got it, and it does nothing for the country in terms of stability and decisiveness and where we go from here.
Are you worried that decisions are being made on your behalf that you didn't want to see at the end of this process?
Absolutely. I think one of the things that's always made the country rather great is that we've always returned to majority government that's been very decisive and taken some very strong decisions. And now we're in a period of instability and even more indecision at a time when economically we're in the same. So I think it's a very unfortunate outcome at this time.
But we did always know that a hung parliament was a real possibility here.
Yes, I think that's the case, yes. And I think maybe if we had prepared a little better for it, but the parties are so far apart that really any deal brokered now would be done so, I think, really only on a temporary basis.
Right, thank you very much indeed. Well, as you can see, people are gathering here. I'm sure this crowd is going to grow as the day progresses. And of course, everyone here is looking for answers. And to be honest, answers aren't really very forthcoming. Back to you, Andrew, in the bubble.
Thank you, Matt. Well, Cheltenham, the Liberal Democrats hold Cheltenham, and I think we have a result from Cheltenham. Here we are. Let's
Andrew
just have
North,
this.
being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Cheltenham constituency, held on the 6th
This is a very,
day
very
of May 2010,
tight-run thing. Majority of 316 between Liberal Democrat and Conservative last time round. Number 6 on the Conservative target list. Here's the result.
Peter Bowman, UK Independence Party, 1,192. Mark Stephen Coote, the Conservative Party candidate, 21,739. James Green, the Labour Party candidate, 2,703. Dancing Ken Hanks, Monster Raving Loony William Hill Party, 493. Martin Charles Horwood, Liberal Democrats, 26,600.
Well, the figure got drowned in the applause. 26,659 for the Liberal Democrats,
again,
and they hold this with an increased majority.
And 59.
Majority
The number of ballot papers rejected,
4,920, up 4,500 from last time round. So the Liberal Democrats hold on to Cheltenham. Conservatives very much hope to take that. It was number 6 in their target list, but the Liberal Democrats hold it.
Unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty.
And Martin Horwood has been an MP there since 2005.
Represented 67.01%.
Spokesman for the Environment and Food and Rural Affairs. A swing 4.3% Conservative to Liberal Democrats. Now we're waiting, it being just after 2 o'clock, for David Cameron, who's going to be speaking outside Conservative Party headquarters. And Andrew Marr is there again. Andrew, what more have you learnt?
Well, I think what we're going to see is the moment when David Cameron asserts his right to be Prime Minister. Really, since this extraordinary drama began, 14 hours ago when that first exit poll emerged, David Cameron and his team have said very, very little as they've tried to work out what's going to happen, what they can do. In a traditional election, the electorate, as it were, crowns somebody Prime Minister. That hasn't happened this time, so this is when I think David Cameron reaches out and takes the crown. He has drawn already a huge crowd of people here to see what he's going to say. I don't expect that we're going to get a detailed response to any kind of Liberal Democrat shopping list, but as has been said, they're not in a hugely powerful position. He could dare them to vote down a Queen's speech. He knows, like everybody else knows, that he has to take this country through a very, very difficult economic situation. And if he can't rule, either as a minority or in some agreement with the Liberal Democrats, and there has to be an election, it's the Conservative Party that has by far the largest amount of money, the war chest for that second election, though the Labour Party, I can tell you, have also held some money back in case there's a second election. So this is a very, very tense moment. This is absolutely hardball. This is the poker. This is the most difficult moment for David Cameron in his political career, the last few hours. And I think what we're going to have now, probably David Cameron and a few members of the shadow cabinet standing in front of the country and effectively saying, we have won this election and we now demand, or we ask, for the right to be allowed to govern.
Andrew, that's absolutely fascinating, and we'll see whether that materialises. But just one thing, where are you? What is the building behind you?
It's the St Stephen's Constitutional Club. It's a place that David Cameron has used in the past for press conferences, got old Conservative links. It's in Old Queen Street. Birdcage Walk in St James's Park is just the other side. A rather elegant building inside. It's a bit like one of those old gentlemen's clubs with portraits of Churchill and so on the wall.
It's where he does his press conference. I'm telling you, it's a great deal more salubrious as a spot than standing outside Millbank, which really is a dump now, isn't it?
Absolutely. None of those sort of tacky bits of cardboard and old styrofoam cups and comatose journalists lying around on the carpet. It's classy in there.
It looks like cheap flights to Bulgaria, the front of the Tory party headquarters during the campaign. Not this. No, this is fine. This is fine.
No, this is.
Let's
this is
have.
classy, yeah, absolutely.
Let's go back to Cheltenham. We will be there. Just a reminder. That's 2:30. We're expecting David Cameron to come out, and according to what we just heard, actually say in effect that he thinks he has the right to be Prime Minister. Well, we shall see. Emily Maitlis, in the meantime, on this Cheltenham result.
We're trying to raise the tone with a spa town round here. At Cheltenham, Lib Dem hold, as you've seen. Every seat that the Conservatives don't take at this point is a major blow to the maths. So Martin Horwood holding that. This is one of the few that we were analysing before. A very, very tight Lib Dem Tory race here. Westmoreland is still to come. There are 4 other Labour Lib Dem marginals as well that we're looking at, Labour Tory marginals.
But before you move on, Emily, look at those changes. That was what most of us were expecting 24 hours ago, before we had the exit poll, before we had the results. A great Lib Dem surge, the Tories up a bit, Labour down. Had that been the story of all these Lib Dem Tory contests through the night, had we had this 4.3% swing across the board, we would now be talking about 90 or 100 Lib Dem MPs. We would be talking about a Lib-Lab coalition. So I think the Lib Dems, and indeed Labour, will be looking at this result with a certain wistfulness, saying, I wish they were all like that, but they weren't. It's exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the night, we would have been thinking that the Clegg mania that we'd heard so much about would have surged through. Then the exit poll. Is there any indication that Westmoreland will follow a similar trend, or is that still very much up to play?
I think any of us at this stage, when we see the variety of swings in these tight Lib Dem Tory contests, any of us who isn't at the count trying to predict Westmoreland, I think is riding for a fall, Emily.
Straight back to you, David.
Thanks very much. Well, I think at this stage we should go to Jeremy Paxman while we wait for this statement from the St Stephen's Constitutional Club, Old Queen Street. Jeremy.
Well, with us now, Jonathan Powell, former Chief of Staff for Tony Blair. Tony Benn, I suppose we call you an elder statesman nowadays, don't we? Former Labour Cabinet Minister and the like. And Jim Wallace, whom we were told only a moment ago, intimately involved in these negotiations on behalf of the Liberal Democrats. I heard you audibly wince when Nick Robinson talked about an unprecedented political crisis. What do you make of this sort of political hokey-cokey?
Well, what it isn't is a political crisis. In a European country, most other European countries, this happens after pretty much every election. So it's only a crisis if we make it into a crisis. It's interesting, it's different, it's not what we're used to, but it's no reason why it should be a political crisis.
In your experience of being inside Downing Street, is this likely to lead to a stable form of government, which we are told is what everyone is after?
It can do. It depends on the basis of the understanding between the party that forms the government and the support it has from the Liberal Party, I guess, in the end.
Now, Tony Benn, you're always concerned with authenticity and democratic accountability. Does it strike you that in these circumstances, with Gordon Brown hanging on to the Prime Ministership, he possesses democratic authenticity?
Well, I mean, the electors voted in the way they did and didn't give either of the major parties a majority, and therefore in the circumstances the negotiations are bound to be about which of the two major parties could get enough support from a third party, and that's what's happening today. I must say, listening to it, it does make me wonder whether either of these strategies will work and whether we might not be heading for another general election, because it has changed the pattern of election results very fundamentally.
Would that be a bad thing, to have another general election imminently?
Well, on the whole, the public don't really want a general election because it's a tremendous strain, and I think in a way boring. On the other hand, they did vote for the parliament that is now part paralysed.
They brought it on themselves.
Yeah, well, they did in a way, but at the same time, they have opened up all sorts of possibilities now in the debates, which I think may have, some of which may have a good effect.
Now, if you were to be involved or are involved in these negotiations, what sort of constructed deal could be constructed with the Conservatives?
Well, there's a whole range. I think it's unlikely that you could have a full-blown coalition. I think there's too many differences between the parties. Other countries, I think New Zealand in the past has done supply and confidence, or it might just be, take it issue by issue. I mean, let's admit, the Scottish Parliament has operated for the last 3 years with a minority government, with no formal arrangements, or some informal arrangements between the SNP and the Conservatives that no one sort of identifies too much. But I think it would be better if there was something that was open at the end of the day. And I always maintained in Scotland, when we were negotiating a coalition, that you actually presented to the electorate what you had agreed. And I think in the interest of stability as well, it would be better if an agreement is possible, that it's actually an open agreement.
When you heard that Gordon Brown statement, which he claimed to be making as Prime Minister and not as a party leader, did you think he was behaving honourably?
I think he was making it more as a party leader than he was as Prime Minister. I mean, some of the earlier parts of his statement, I think he was perfectly right to say he would allow Nick Clegg and David Cameron the time and the space to have that discussion. I think that was a perfectly proper thing to do. I think when it came to the pitch, it was a bit more lead of the Labour Party.
Did you think he was behaving honourably?
Yes, it was a statement in two halves. It was, behind that door, he's got civil service advisors like Gus O'Donnell and Jeremy Hayward, and he's got political advisors. The first half of the statement was the civil service position, setting out where we stand constitutionally, and the second half was making the pitch to the Liberal Party.
But you thought it was absolutely, you've taken at face value?
It was taken at face value. It was a statement in two halves, as I say.
Now, Tony Benn, how do you imagine that a deal between Gordon Brown and the Liberal Democrats could be accomplished if it falls through with David Cameron?
Well, I think it's very uncertain at the moment, because one of the effects of the election discussion, and the Liberals have played a part in this, is to open it all up. We don't just want little deals done behind the closed doors, and therefore it may be that one effect of the whole campaign will be to make people less likely to follow the whips. And individual members of Parliament might say, I'm not going along with that, I'm not going along with this, and so the whole parliamentary situation will be more fluid. And if that is the case, then you won't be able to establish a sort of temporary stitch-up coalition with anybody, and that's where they might lead to a further election.
Well, Tim Walsh has already suggested all sorts of possibilities, but the arithmetic is so tight, isn't it?
Well, it is very tight, and that's one reason why it's so uncertain.
It's not tight if it was, I mean, the Liberal Democrats, if it was confidence and supply, and I'm purely speculating. I'm just
explain what confidence and supply is.
That an opposition party gives support to a minority government on issues of confidence, Queen's Speech would be an obvious one, and on getting the supply, getting a budget through so there's actually funds there to fund the government. I'm not saying that's what would happen, but that is possible. And obviously, the numbers there would stack up more than, well, the numbers between Liberal Democrat and Labour doesn't come anywhere near a majority either.
But what would the Liberal Democrats get out of a deal like that?
Well, I don't know. You just asked me, and I said that's what it was. I'm saying there's a range of issues there. But as Liberal Democrats, and I think it's the vast majority of the people in this country, we accept that this is a situation where we want to address the financial issues, which are overwhelmingly important. We want to see stability. And Nick Clegg was absolutely honourable. He said through the campaign, it would be obvious if there was a party that had the commanded majority, not the majority, but the most seats and the most votes, that's who he would talk to first. He's behaved with integrity. I think some suggestions that maybe he's just going through the motions, I would put that totally to one side. I think Nick Clegg, if he said that, he means that. He will talk and it's up to David Cameron. The ball's in David Cameron's court. Nick Clegg's talked about governing in the national interest. The national interest is not the same as the Conservative Party interest, and that's the test that David Cameron's got to face.
The Liberal Democrat interest, perhaps?
Not even, we didn't, I mean, we're all minorities. Some are much bigger minorities than others. But I think it's very clear that what can be done to stabilise and to address the financial situation will be very important. Our issues of fairness are important too, but we're all minorities. And picking up one point that Nick Robinson made, he compared what he thought David Cameron might do with what Alex Salmond did in 2007. Alex Salmond, as leader of the SNP, helicoptered into Edinburgh, announced he was the winner. He'd only actually won more seats than the Labour Party, and the media bought it. To be fair, the opposition parties bought it too. And I don't think David Cameron really should be allowed to get away with it. He didn't win.
He hasn't tried it yet.
No, I know.
But it's probably too late to try it now,
Nick Robinson was suggesting he might, but no one won.
Can Gordon Brown continue any length of time in 10 Downing Street?
Can he continue what?
In Downing Street.
Well, I mean, if they're at the end of these negotiations, we'll know where we are. I mean, if Cameron reached an agreement with Clegg, then truthfully there would be, the Labour government would have come to an end. If, on the other hand, that failed and Brown reached an agreement with Clegg, then there would be a further life ahead as leader of a coalition.
I've got to hand back to you, David.
Thank you, Jeremy. It's because we have the result coming in from Westmoreland and Lonsdale.
Declaring the result
this is Liberal Democrat hold and the Conservatives challenge, number 13 on their list, on their target list for the Tories. 806 was the previous majority, so a very close run thing. Tim Farron is the Liberal Democrat.
Tim Farron, Liberal Democrats, 30,896. John Malcolm Mander, UK Independence Party, 801. Gareth McKeever, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,632. Jonathan William Todd, the Labour Party candidate, 1,158. There were 82 spoilt ballot papers.
Right, well, the Liberal Democrats could have done with a lot more like that. Their majority went up by 11,000, from 800 to 12,264 this time round. So a big change there. The Liberal Democrat vote went up by 14 percentage points, the Conservatives down 8, Labour down 6, and the swing to the Liberal Democrats from the Conservative, 11.1%. Emily.
Yeah, well, that's the second in a row then for the Lib Dems, a hold. They'll be very pleased with the swing here. As you were saying, a big leap for the Lib Dems and a swing of 11%. Tim Farron holding on here, a popular MP, having resigned from the front bench at one point and brought instantly back again.
And our prediction half an hour ago assumed that the Tories would take one of these two seats, Cheltenham or Westmoreland. The Liberals have held both. There are 4 Labour marginals to come. We're assuming Labour will keep 2, the Tories will take 2. If Labour holds all 4, it does move the arithmetic. The Tories are up with 304 seats, Lib plus Lab 318. A 14 gap, where a little while ago we were assuming a 6 or 8 gap. In these coalition talks, these fine numbers really do matter.
Yeah, what that means mathematically is that the Conservatives can't have a majority, we're now understanding, of more than 308. That is the total number of seats they can now get. David.
Emily, thank you very much indeed. Well, we're waiting now to go down to Old Queen Street to hear the leader of the Conservative Party, who's going to speak inside, apparently, at... They always look like Baptist chapels, these things they speak from, don't they? But anyway, he'll be here, and we think at 2:30. Don't know whether he's going to take questions. Noticeably, the Prime Minister didn't. He just went into Downing Street and spoke and then walked back in. But we shall see. So it's a good result for the Liberal Democrats, that one.
Well, it's just again...
how's the mathematics going now?
Well, the mathematics go that it looks like that when the dust is settled, when we get the final results, Conservatives and Liberal Democrats will be on 315, so officially 11 short of an overall majority.
Sorry, Conservatives and Liberal Democrats?
Sorry, Labour and the Liberal Democrats combined will be on 315, and you add in the SDLP MPs who take the Labour whip, and you add in, you're getting into that territory where you're pretty close to a majority. You take out of the fact that you've also got the Speaker, 2 deputy speakers, and you could find yourself... Sorry?
The Sinn Féin MPs aren't likely to come.
Don't come.
But none of these calculations alter my basic view that this Parliament is not viable and that we'll be seeing a second general election before too long.
Yes, and I think the tag that will be attached to it, if there was a Labour Liberal Democrat deal, the alliance of the losers, where both parties have been seen to have lost seats and lost ground with the electorate, yet still form a government. I mean, one of the odd phrases that we heard a lot of from Gordon Brown and senior Labour people, which I don't think got sufficiently challenged during this campaign, was the anti-Conservative majority. Well, when was there ever a Labour majority? And that, I mean, there's an anti-Labour majority in every election that there's been. If you look at it on the number of votes that were cast against the Labour Party.
But the price tag would be a referendum on a new electoral system.
Yes, but it's whether the Conservatives can go forward and say, OK, we'll have a referendum, we'll campaign against it, but we'll grant you the referendum. And whether that is enough for Nick Clegg to say, OK, I'll take that.
I think it would be very difficult for David Cameron to bring his party behind a referendum on electoral reform.
Yeah, of course, there are going to be huge pressures on all of those things. I mean, I think, but this is the game that's now in play about how much notice does David Cameron have to take of his party, how many people are going to break cover, and noisily. I mean, we heard Andrew Neil earlier saying that there were going to be very senior figures coming out to say there must be nothing on it. Haven't heard them yet.
All right,
so
let's have a look at the Conservative share. Jeremy, can you do that for us?
Yeah, let's do that very quickly, David. I'm inside the staircase at number 10 Downing Street again, and you can see the portraits on the walls, and we'll take a look here at some of these Conservative Prime Ministers and Anthony Eden. This is just to check, really, what Conservatives win with. 49.6% in 1955, 58-seat majority. And then Harold Macmillan, again, just under 50%, 1959, 100-seat majority for him. And then we had that very tight 1974 election in February. Heath, 37.8%. And up the stairs we go here, up and down these stairs at Downing Street. Thatcher's first win, 1979. Now here we have this sequence of 3 Thatcher landslides. We're looking really at share that the Conservative leaders got as they became Prime Minister. And it's notable that to win, they were getting over 40%. So 79 Thatcher landslide, 43.9%. 83, second landslide for Mrs Thatcher, 42.4%. 87, third landslide for Mrs Thatcher, 42.2%. So you see the pattern, over 40% makes a Tory Prime Minister, and that's been almost a rule for these years since. Then you have, in 1992, John Major winning, again over 40%, 21-seat majority there. And then the 97 Blair landslide sees John Major crashing here to 30.7%. So we're trying to fit David Cameron into this sequence, knowing as we do, take out maybe the first ones where there was no Liberal Party and the Conservative share was nearly 50%. Look at the 3 Thatcher landslides. Look at that John Major win. It's over 40%. How do we fit in this? This is the Cameron performance. 36% in this election. And the answer is that we may need to look at a different sequence. Let's look at the sequence when the Conservatives were out of power because of Tony Blair's government. 2001, William Hague, 32.7%. Then Michael Howard does a little bit better. 2005, 33.2%, so an improvement. And then the next leader, there he is, David Cameron, 36%. So that, in a way, is a progression that leads David Cameron to the position he's now in. But he clearly is falling short. The Conservatives saying this is an amazing jump in seats. It's very, very good for them. But it's not in the kind of territory that Mrs Thatcher was in with her landslides, or even John Major when he won that extraordinary election in 1992. So from that point of view, they are falling short. David.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. We're still keeping an eye on the venue for David Cameron's statement, which is coming, we think, at 2:30. We'll keep an eye on that and we'll go to it as soon as it happens. Meantime, the Speaker of the House of Commons joins Jeremy Paxman.
Oh, yes. Now, John Bercow, well, congratulations. A hell of a fight, I imagine, wasn't it?
Well, I take all of these fights seriously, Jeremy, as you will understand, and nobody should ever take the electorate for granted. I'm delighted to have been returned with a sizable majority to continue serving the people of Buckingham.
Tell us from the Speaker's point of view what it will be like to manage Parliament, which was built upon alliances of intrinsic unpredictability. Are you hearing me still?
It's gone haywire. Yeah, it's dying.
Well, we're doing our best. Can you hear me now, John Bercow?
Go further down or not?
Are you still I'm still haywire, you're still haywire? You're not hearing me. OK, we'll get back to you in a minute or two. David.
All right, well, I'm joined here, and I don't know whether I'll have a chance to talk to them before David Cameron speaks, but by Lord Armstrong, who was involved in the negotiations intimately in February '74 with Edward Heath as Private Secretary to Heath and then Cabinet Secretary. That's correct?
Private Secretary Heath and then later Cabinet Secretary.
I love that Lord Armstrong wrote a document which is labelled secret, but it's now been released, which is the most fascinating insight into the tiny details as well as the principles that applied here. I hope you won't mind my teasing you a bit with Sir John and Sir Michael and I had a glass of sherry with Sir John Hunt and then went out to lunch at the Giulietta Romeo restaurant in Soho. And there's a very good passage where you try to get hold of the Liberals, Jeremy Thorpe, Liberal then, not a Liberal Democrat, and he doesn't answer the telephone because he says the telephone isn't working. But this is the authentic document of the procedure, isn't it, for what Ted Heath did and how you communicated with the palace about what the Prime Minister's intentions were.
It was a fully detailed account of what happened in that weekend from the 1st to the 4th of March '74, from the middle of it, as it were, because I was in touch, obviously, with Heath and with the Queen's Private Secretary and with Jeremy Thorpe.
And what lessons do you think from this should apply to the present situation?
Well, I think the present situation is very different. In '74, there was only a 4-seat difference between the Conservative and the Labour votes, number of seats, and of course the Conservatives actually had more votes in the country than the Labour, and the Liberals there were only 14 of them, so that the balances were very different from what they are now, with something like 45-seat difference between the Conservative and the Labour, and the Liberals with over 50 seats.
And indeed, they would have needed the Ulster Unionists as well to support them to have had a majority in the House of Commons.
Well, of course, that was not very likely because the Ulster Unionist price would have been a change on Sunningdale, which
yes.
Heath would not have wanted to concede.
But are you saying or implying that there was a legitimacy to the process that Ted Heath went through of trying to get together a coalition that would allow him to stay in office, and that there's not a legitimacy for Gordon Brown, the present Prime Minister, to do the same sort of thing?
No, I think it is legitimate. I thought that what the Gordon Brown said just now was both statesmanlike and realistic. If the Conservatives have the largest number of seats, they're going to go in first with the Liberal Democrats. If that fails, he's ready to talk, and that seemed to me to be a perfectly reasonable position to take.
We're about to hear from David Cameron. He's going to come through that door at the press conference and make a statement, and I'm told that Nick Clegg is likely to speak afterwards, so we shall have another position from the Liberal Democrats. But just while we wait for him to come through, what advice would you give to the people at Number 10 who are negotiating, from your experience, about how this should all be conducted? I mean, a weekend of silence while they talk?
I thought what Gordon Brown said, give it time. The pressure under which people are operating, and of course after yesterday the sleeplessness under which they're operating, don't make for good decisions. It would be sensible to take time about it, at least over the weekend. I don't think we can wait longer than Monday or Tuesday because of the state of the markets. But I don't think we ought to be under pressure, put the leaders under pressure to make a decision today or tomorrow.
And you said that it was statesmanlike, what Gordon Brown said. Is it your view that he would quite happily accept, I don't mean happily in the political sense, but that if Cameron and the Liberal Democrats came to a deal, he would simply tender his resignation to the Queen and say, game's up?
That was the way I read it, or heard it.
Simon Sharma.
I thought that too as well, David. I mean, I think the real issue is actually what's the relationship of the two pieces of the puzzle that are really on the table, the economic crisis piece and the political reform piece. Clearly, the Liberals and perhaps the Labour Party now think if you sort out this burning issue of unfairness, it might help the economic situation. But of course, you know, the opposite may be said and will be said by David Cameron, that top of the agenda is the stabilisation of a very difficult economic situation. And therefore, a principled stand in opposing even a referendum is essentially the right thing to do for the national interest.
And so we could actually get to a stalemate here today at any rate.
We might have poker while the house burns down. And as Lord Armstrong says, Monday and Tuesday will be absolutely critical.
Well, Lord Armstrong said we should have a government by Monday because of the markets, and that may be right. But we may not have a definitive government until the Queen's Speech debate on the 25th of May, because it may not be clear until then, in particular, how some of the minor parties will act. And it may not be clear whether there's a coalition agreement or any other sort of agreement. If Cameron goes to Parliament then as a minority, it won't be clear that he can survive until there is a vote on the Queen's Speech.
It has to be said that the FTSE seems to be quite sanguine about what's going on. It's dropped 30 points only. There doesn't seem to be a sort of run on sterling of the old kind, or the stock market crashes, or government bonds can't be sold. On the contrary, everybody seems either they've assumed this might happen and have discounted it, or at any rate they're not panicking.
I think they may have discounted it. They're probably very prepared to wait. Whether they would want to wait as long as the debate on the Queen's Speech, I don't know. I would hope that it would become clear before then whether there was likely to be a stable arrangement between one of the big parties and the Lib Dems.
One of the intentions of the Prime Minister having the procedure laid out in advance and all that was to avoid embroiling the palace in the political decisions that were made. Do you think it's possible in all circumstances, when you have this kind of election result that we've got here, not to embroil the palace? Is it always possible to keep the palace out of it, the Queen out of it?
Well, it wasn't in 1931, clearly, but I think in modern times, yes, it is. It's extremely desirable that the Queen should be operating on the basis of a political consensus.
David Cameron now
Good afternoon,
preceded by members of his shadow cabinet.
At yesterday's general election, the Conservative Party gained more seats than at any election for the last 80 years. I'm incredibly proud not only of the strong result that we achieved, but of the strong and positive campaign that we fought. We campaigned for hope, not fear, and people responded to that, giving us 2 million more votes than Labour. We campaigned for change, not more of the same, and people responded to that, giving us a higher share of the vote than Labour achieved at the last election, when they won a majority of 60. There are many great new Conservative members of Parliament who will be coming to the House of Commons, and I am very proud this will be a new, modern Conservative Party in Parliament. I know it will make a huge difference to our politics, to all those Conservative Party supporters, members and activists who fought so hard, not just in the last few weeks, but in the last few years. I want to say a huge thank you, and to remind you how proud you can be of the result, a bigger increase in seats than even Margaret Thatcher achieved in 1979. The worst loss of seats for Labour than at any general election since 1931, and a share of the vote not far off what Michael Foot got in 1983. But however much pride we can take in that enormous advance, we have to accept that we fell short of an overall majority. As I said last night, Britain needs strong, stable, decisive government, and it is in the national interest that we get that on a secure basis. We are at war in Afghanistan, with our troops putting their lives at risk for us every day. We are facing a financial and economic situation of great seriousness as a result of our dangerous debts and our deficit. We need a government that reassures the international markets. We need policies that will bring economic recovery. And we need a government that understands that great change is needed in order to restore faith in our political system. Britain voted for change yesterday, but it also voted for a new politics. It did not vote for party political bickering, grandstanding and point scoring. Our country's problems are too serious. They are too urgent for that. So we must all rise to this occasion. We must show leadership. We must sort things out as quickly as possible for the good of the country. Nick Clegg has said that because the Conservative Party won the most votes and the most seats in this election, we should have the chance to form a government. And I thank him for that. So we will now begin talks with other parties to see how that can be done. One option would be to give other parties reassurances about certain policy areas and then seek their agreement to allow a minority Conservative government to continue in office without the country constantly facing the threat of its government falling. This is what is known as a confidence and supply arrangement. It has been done before, and yes, we can try to do it again. But I am prepared to consider alternative options. It may be possible to have stronger, more stable, more collaborative government than that. There is a case for going further than arrangement, which simply keeps a minority Conservative government in office. So I want to make a big, open and comprehensive offer to the Liberal Democrats. I want us to work together in tackling our country's big and urgent problems, the debt crisis, our deep social problems, and our broken political system. Let me explain my thinking. First, it is right and reasonable to acknowledge that, of course, there are policy disagreements between us, many of which were highlighted in those television debates. To fellow Conservatives who fought and campaigned and worked so hard to achieve the massive advance we've made in this campaign, I want to make it clear that I do not believe any government should give more powers to the European Union. I do not believe that any government can be weak or soft on the issue of immigration, which needs to be controlled properly. And the country's defences must be kept strong. I also believe that on the basis of the election result that we achieved, it is reasonable to expect that the bulk of the policies in our manifesto should be implemented. But across our two manifestos, there are many areas of common ground. And there are areas, I believe, that we in the Conservative Party can give ground, both in the national interest and in the interest of forging an open and trusting partnership. We share a strong desire to make opportunity more equal in this country, and I recognise the high priority that the Liberal Democrats have given to the proposal for a pupil premium in our schools. We agree with this idea. It is in our manifesto too, and I'm sure we can develop a common approach that recognises the urgency that the Liberal Democrats have attached to this proposal. The Liberal Democrats in their manifesto have made the achievement of a low-carbon economy an absolute priority, and we support this aim. I'm sure we can agree a common plan to achieve it. The Liberal Democrats have also made proposals to reform our tax system. We both agree that Labour's jobs tax, as the Liberal Democrats' manifesto puts it, is a damaging tax on jobs, and we would seek to reverse it. It has always been an aspiration for the Conservative Party to reduce taxes, especially on those who earn the least. And we are happy to give this aim a much higher priority and to work together to determine how it can be afforded. We share a common commitment to civil liberties and to getting rid, immediately, of Labour's ID card scheme. On our political system, we agree with the Liberal Democrats that reform is urgently needed to help restore trust, and that reform must include the electoral system. The Liberal Democrats have their ideas, we have our ideas. For example, that all seats should be of equal size so that votes can have an equal value in a first-past-the-post system. And other parties have constructive proposals to put forward as well. So I believe we will need an all-party committee of inquiry on political and electoral reform. So I think we have a strong basis for a strong government. Inevitably, the negotiations we're about to start will involve compromise. That is what working together in the national interest means. But no government will be in the national interest unless it deals with the biggest threat to our national interest, and that is the deficit. We remain completely convinced that starting to deal with the deficit this year is essential. This has been more than confirmed by recent events in other European countries, recent instability in the markets, and recent conversations that we have had with both the Treasury and the Bank of England. The national interest is clear. The world is looking to Britain for decisive action. The new government must grip this deficit and prevent the economic catastrophe that would result from putting off the difficult and the urgent action that needs to be taken. So our big, open and comprehensive offer to the Liberal Democrats involves helping them to implement key planks of their election manifesto, providing the country with economic as well as political stability, and finding further ways in which Liberal Democrats can be involved in making this happen. The outgoing Labour government has left this country with terrible problems: an economic and financial crisis, deep social problems, a political system in which too many people, have lost faith. The new government will face the worst inheritance of any incoming government for at least 60 years. That is exactly why it's so important that we have strong, stable government that lasts. A strong, stable government which has the support of the public to take the difficult decisions that are needed if we're going to put this country back on the right track for a stronger future. There is one further point I want to make. I believe that it's not just important for this country to have strong and stable government, it's important that we get that strong and stable government quickly. So I hope we can reach agreement quickly on the big, open and comprehensive offer that I've outlined today. As I argued in this general election campaign, I think this is a great country, but we could be doing so much better. We don't have to settle for the debt and the waste and the taxes left to us by Labour. We can put behind us the economic incompetence, the social breakdown, the political division, and the mistrust that are the poisonous legacy of 13 years of Labour misrule. Of course, I hoped that a Conservative majority would be the outcome of this election, and that we could have started today making the changes that I believe our country so badly needs. I know how much the Conservative Party itself, all my colleagues in Parliament, all the loyal members and activists around the country wanted that too. But I also know they wanted something more than that. They want the best for Britain. The Conservative Party has always been a party that puts the national interest first. And the best thing, the national interest thing, the best thing for Britain now is a new government that works together in that national interest. And I hope with all my heart that is something that we can achieve. That is all I have to say for now. I hope you'll understand that I won't be taking questions, but this urgent work must begin. Thank you.
David Cameron, the leader of the Conservative Party, with the backing of the seats and the popular vote that he talked about behind him, refusing to take questions, goes out of that room having made this, what he called a big open offer to the Liberal Democrats, talked about the outgoing Labour government very pointedly, in effect restated the Conservative Party's position on a whole range of issues, and then said that on a lot of these things the Liberal Democrats could agree. On electoral reform in particular, he offered an all-party committee inquiry, and he did say that negotiations would involve compromise. But broadly, it seemed to me to be a restatement of the Conservative position, but asking the Liberals to come and join them and making it absolutely clear he wanted agreement quickly in the national interest and that a new government was needed. This Labour government was the outgoing government.
I thought it was fascinating of what he grasped on electoral reform, this promise of a committee of inquiry, and I wonder whether that goes far enough. But I wonder whether, in saying that, David Cameron's outriders had already spoken to people in the Liberal Democrats to see whether that would be sufficient for them as an initial move. And we can see there David Cameron leaving the scene. So he's offered this thing on the committee of inquiry, but Is that any different to what the Liberal Democrats were offered when Roy Jenkins looked at this prior to 1997? And that will be a central question.
Well, you can have committee of inquiries, they go on forever, but they don't have any guarantees attached to them. Perhaps they're not worth the paper they're written on or the words that they're spoken with. Nick, I was saying that the key thing he said was the outgoing Labour government, but actually it seemed this big open offer to the Liberal Democrats to be broadly a restatement of the Conservative position during the election and simply saying the Liberals could join them and he would make compromise, or they could negotiate and there'd be compromise. Is that broadly right, do you think?
Yes, the key question, though, was he talking about just a deal or a coalition? I put that to a number of senior members of the Shadow Cabinet as I dashed out here. Wait and see, they said. They are not, in other words, ruling out a coalition with places for Liberal Democrats in a David Cameron-led government on the basis not of a promise to change the electoral system, but as you've been saying, to look at it, but to make agreements on tax, on the pupil premium, as it's called, and a whole range of other areas. So he will hope that even if this is an offer that is rejected, it is seen as a sincere and genuine attempt to do a deal. He will know in his mind that if it's turned down, that will give him a little greater legitimacy if he then argues that he wants to govern simply as a minority government.
And he did talk about the disagreements, more power to the EU, immigration, defence, presumably referring to Trident. So he made it clear that there were areas of disagreement which didn't sound as though they were going to be reconcilable to him. Where would he be able, do you think, to shift the balance of what the Tories stand for in order to accommodate the Liberal Democrats, apart from this issue of a committee to look at all-party inquiry into electoral reform?
Well, this may be beyond that. Obviously, we've heard what he said about tax cuts for poorer people. Now, that's no problem for a Tory government to say that it wants to look in. We've heard him say that he wants to give more resource to the poorest pupils, what's called the pupil premium. So there will be other areas that they can look at. Now, I doubt very much that the Liberal Democrat Party will want to embrace this idea of a coalition with him. More likely, though, and this is the big calculation that Nick Clegg and his party now have to make, is that they might be tempted, in effect, to let him govern. In other words, not to bring him down when it comes to a budget or a Queen's speech, allowing them not to be tainted by the decisions that they don't like that a Tory government might take, and also to bargain and negotiate line by line, item by item on other areas, and then go to the public at an election, and we all expect one way before the 4 or 5 years we normally expect, go to the electorate and then say, this is what we managed to deliver by the relationship we've got. Now, that's the decision the Lib Dems have got to take. Would they rather stay out of government, able to influence things in that way, or do they take an offer that some will find it hard to refuse, to go in with Labour, get a change in the electoral system, much more likely that route, but on the other hand, they could be tainted by a relationship with a government that's been in office for 13 years and has just been rejected by the voters.
We did report a rumour that Nick Clegg was going to follow David Cameron's speech with a statement. It seems to me highly unlikely and would be very unwise of Nick Clegg at this stage to come out and make another speech about the Liberal Democrats' intention. Presumably they'll go into private discussions, won't they?
That's exactly right. I mean, I don't know for certain. Nick Clegg is not doing a statement, but I'd be amazed if he did. He needs to think very, very carefully indeed. Now, he's not thinking for the first time, David. I mean, we've been talking about the possibility of a hung parliament for many, many months. Nick Clegg has not been in government. He's had enormous amounts of time to prepare for each of these eventualities. I'd be very surprised indeed if there are not major negotiating documents already written by the Liberal Democrats. When, for example, the Scottish parliamentary elections happened, the first set in 1999, the Labour Party was shocked when a man came in from the Liberal Democrats with a 24-page negotiating document in detail, not just on the areas that we're familiar with, but micro details about wind farms and energy policy and all the rest of it, in order to have a negotiating statement that they felt they could secure their own interests. So a lot of work and preparation has gone on. The one thing that has not gone on, and that's what has to happen now, is trying to look at what the party will let him do. Now, yesterday we would have said that Nick Clegg could pretty much do what he liked. He was walking on water. Well, he sunk rather today, didn't he? Because the results are a major disappointment to him and his party. So he is no longer in a position to say, I want to do this, follow me, he, just like David Cameron, will have to woo his party. Last thought, David, I was very, very struck by the repeated attempts of the Tory leader to reassure his own party, who'd be very nervous about a deal with the Liberal Democrats, reassuring them on immigration, on Europe, yes, on Trident as well, and ending up by trying to appeal, particularly to an older generation of Conservative activists, by saying, look, we, the Conservatives, he was arguing, always do what's in the country's interest first.
Do you think he'll be able to hold his party intact? Do you think we'll start to hear dissenting voices?
Oh, you may have critics, but there's nothing to concentrate the mind like the possibility of losing office when it might be on offer. There are an awful lot of people who will tell you that David Cameron's messed this up or messed that up, and why did he do the debates? Why wasn't the campaign better? You know what we're talking about today, David? We're talking about power. We are talking about whether you have it or you don't, whether you get to carry out your policies or you don't. And I suspect there are quite a lot of Tories who may be quite angry. They'll realise that.
Nick, thank you very much indeed. Jeremy's got guests with him to comment on what was said. Jeremy.
Indeed, and preeminently, let's talk first of all to you, being Campbell, very senior Liberal Democrat. You find it attractive?
Well, there've been two offers made this afternoon, one by the Prime Minister.
All right, which do you prefer?
Well, the Liberal Democrat MPs will meet tomorrow and they'll consider all of these matters.
But didn't you like the noises that David Cameron was making? He was using words like being involved. I mean, that might even mean cabinet posts or something.
Well, there's a lot of ambiguity in what was said. And if you take the issues of Trident, of immigration in Europe, there are very fundamental differences. And of course, if you come to the issue of an inquiry into electoral reform, we've been round that course. We were round that course with Labour, with the Jenkins Commission.
So none of it appealed to you at all?
Well, the fact that this offer is made in this form, what is it, open and comprehensive, that is obviously something which will be very carefully considered.
You stick on your toes and you're playing hard to get.
Well, I'm taking him at face value, just as you would expect him to take what the Prime Minister said a little earlier at face value, and to decide whether or not any agreement of any kind foreshadowed by either of them is in the national interest.
For you, you'd need more on electoral reform, would you?
There's no doubt that electoral reform is right at the very heart of the Liberal Democrat view about what is necessary to help to clean up politics. We've been round that course before. We had an inquiry before. What happened to it?
We want a commitment.
It went into a pigeonhole somewhere in the Home Office and never reappeared again. And indeed, it was of such significance that it led to a pretty major falling out between Roy Jenkins and Tony Blair.
So you would want a firm commitment from a Conservative government that it would, at the very least, offer a referendum on electoral reform.
Proportional representation is an important plank in the Liberal Democrats' view of how the country's politics should be reordered to try and recreate a connection between public and politicians. It lies right at the very heart of that, and as the results in the election that's just finished show, and indeed as the attitude of the public throughout the campaign shows, there's increasing support for the importance of proportional representation.
Okay, you've got Jeff Hume, just retired Labour MP, former Cabinet Minister, and Douglas Carswell, active Conservative MP, sitting on either side of you. Douglas Carswell, could you live with the idea of a referendum on electoral reform?
Speaking personally, yes. Having contributed a number of the ideas that David Cameron has taken up and put in the manifesto on the Great Repeal Bill, on radical localism, I find myself being contacted by Liberal Democrats saying it's their idea all along, so let's work together.
And you can live with all the other ideas that David Cameron outlined?
Well, speaking personally, yes. I've changed my mind on electoral reform. 5 years ago, if you had asked me, do we need to change, I would have said no. But 5 years in the House of Commons has convinced me we need to change our electoral system.
Jeff Hume, when you heard that speech from David Cameron, he looked and he sounded like a real leader, didn't he?
I think all three leaders today have been very, very impressive. They've all set out the principles. What's important now is that they translate those principles into practice.
But when you look at Gordon Brown, here's a man who inherited office. You couldn't get rid of him, other plotters couldn't get rid of him, and now he's lost an election. Does that strike you as a man who's fit to stay in Downing Street?
But I thought his statement encapsulated precisely what the country is looking for. And as I say, the challenge for all three of them is to find a way of translating those admirable statements of principle into practical reality.
OK, chaps, I've got to hand back to David Dimbleby. David.
Jeremy, thank you very much. Well, let's just have a reminder of what the statements that everybody's talking about were, just in brief, a précis of them. David Cameron's, first of all, what he called a comprehensive offer to the Liberal Democrats, set up a committee on electoral reform, repeal Labour's national insurance rise, and no compromise on Europe or defence issues. He made that fairly clear. And the Brown statement, economic recovery is the priority. He said that Clegg and Cameron should have time to discuss the possibility of cooperating together. Legislation was needed to reform the voting system, and people should decide the outcome of that in a referendum. Nobody's being very clear at this stage about what kind of change to the voting system they want. One offers an all-party committee. The other says there'll be a referendum of the people on it.
I just dug out some previous David Cameron quotes on PR, which is quite interesting. You know, asked by Ben Brogan from The Telegraph whether he'd accept a referendum on PR, Cameron says, "We're not proposing a referendum on PR because we don't support PR. It would be rather strange to have a referendum on things you don't support. We don't want PR and we don't want a referendum on PR." But he doesn't actually say, under no circumstances will we. I mean, he doesn't say never in any of the quotes that I can find. Does he like PR? No, he doesn't. Would he prefer to keep first past the post? Yes, he would. But I still think there is an area of ambiguity there from David Cameron which just about leaves the door ajar. But I mean, I'm sure that Nick Clegg's people, and one of their spokesmen has said, very interesting, but we're not going to say any more for the time being about what David Cameron has said. I think they will want to know that a committee of inquiry into this is going to go somewhere and go somewhere quickly.
Would it be acceptable to the Tories, do you think? It doesn't sound as though it would be, to say, we'll offer you, the Liberal Democrats, a referendum on whatever form of proportional representation we come up with, and we know that a lot of the suggestions from Labour are not actually proportional representation, the alternative vote and all that. We'll offer you a referendum, but we reserve the right to urge the country to vote against it. Do you think that would be acceptable?
Well, that may well satisfy them. You're not. I don't think Nick Clegg would say, "I'm sorry, I'm going to dragoon the Conservative government and ministers into outwardly campaigning for PR." But it may be, if he gets his referendum, he'll be happy with that.
All right. Well, David Cameron has described the hung parliament that he's got in the past as muddle and fudge. Muddle and fudge is what has resulted from this election. Muddle and fudge, Andrew. Has resulted from this election. Muddle and fudge, Andrew.
Thank you, David. Let's see if it is muddle and fudge. We've got Conservative commentator James Delingpole, Conservative member of the European Parliament Dan Hannan, and certainly not a Conservative, Alistair Campbell. I think I saw you in the early hours of this morning.
You did, on the
You're
boat.
looking better runner than me. Do you get the sense that there's a makings of a deal being done here? Maybe not a formal one, but at least an informal arrangement?
Well, it's obvious that David Cameron wants to sit down and talk to Nick Clegg, but I think for Liberal Democrats, they'll have spotted two very, very big holes in what he was offering. One is on Europe, where he's making clear he doesn't really want to change his policy on Europe at all, which I think would be very difficult for the Liberal Democrats. And there was not much there on electoral reform. And I think that Liberal Democrat activists and campaigners who've been campaigning for the Lib Dems around the last in the last few weeks will actually have heard Gordon Brown making very, very strong message on electoral reform, which, as Min Campbell said in the earlier discussion there, goes to the heart of what the Liberal Democrat vision for Britain is.
Is Gordon Brown still in this game?
I believe that Gordon Brown, I agree with Jeff Hoon, I think all the three leaders have actually conducted themselves extremely well today. It's a very difficult moment for the country. The country has voted, probably expected to wake up this morning with a clear result one way or the other. We haven't got it. I can't remember anything like it. I don't know if you can. And I think that what the leaders now have to do is genuinely to try to stand back from their own self-interest and try to work out a way forward. But I think there's certainly a possibility, I would have thought, that Nick Clegg will see in what Gordon Brown was offering there, and I suspect he'll be feeling... Look, I do feel sorry for Nick Clegg. He's between a rock and a hard place. He didn't do as well as he thought he was going to. He's probably extremely disappointed about that. He now feels that he's sitting there with David Cameron making one set of suggestions to him as to how he might conduct himself in the next few days, Gordon Brown making a very different set of suggestions, and ultimately Nick Clegg can decide in a way who the next Prime Minister is.
Is he still in the game or not?
I believe that Gordon is, yeah.
What does he do next then? I mean, is he the king in the castle, just sitting there on his own, while these two rival peasant armies I think cozy up to each other?
No, I mean...
What should he do?
Well, he's the Prime Minister. As he said in his statement in Downing Street, which I thought was very measured and statesmanlike, Alistair Darling is having involved in discussions today, potentially making very big decisions about the European economy.
Sure.
He has to carry on doing that.
But what does
and
he
in the
do
meantime,
as regards putting a government together?
In the meantime, he has to let David Cameron and Nick
get on
Clegg
with it.
have those discussions.
Okay.
And I think that people will understand there is a government there. That's how our constitution works.
All right. James Delingpole, how far can David Cameron go and keep his party?
I think it sounds to me like we're going to pay a terrible price for David Cameron's failure to win a working majority. It looks like our countryside is going to be carpeted with wind farms to appease all the Greenies and the Lib Dems. I'm glad that he's decided he wants to keep the one really good Conservative policy in his manifesto, which is Michael Gove's education reforms, and it's good to see that the Lib Dems are sympathetic to that, because I think that could make a difference.
What happens if he goes further than just another committee of inquiry, which I suggest will not placate the Liberal Democrats, on electoral reform? Does he split the Conservatives wide open on that?
He already has.
He already has.
I think he already has. I mean, the buzz is there are already senior Conservatives who are telling him he cannot go further than he's going there.
He's got to find a fudging formula, hasn't he? I don't think they're going to buy PR, but they might go for some compromise formula.
What do you make of it?
Well, I don't think we should treat electoral reform as synonymous with PR. There are lots of ways in which we can ameliorate the political system here. Recall votes, referendums. Well, hang on. There's a lot of common ground, I think, between what a lot of the Lib Dems have said about dispersing power, democratising power, more power for local governments, shift in power from the executive to the legislature, which I would very much go along with. Like Douglas, they were ideas...
Would you go along with PR?
I think that it is not the top thing. But
No,
I'm
no,
always
no,
and
would you
everywhere
be-
in
would you
favour.
go along
Andrew,
with
I am
it?
always and everywhere in favour of referendums. And the great thing about referendums is that they're very often the basis of
so
your
you
because
have a
both sides are going to
referendum
win.
that said, do you want PR or no? Would you vote or not? Would you vote yes or no?
It depends on the system, right? I'm certainly not one who says our current system is rotten and any change would be better. I can see some improvements. I could theoretically see a better system, but until we've actually got a concrete proposal on the table, I think it would be silly to come out and say that. I must just disagree with one thing which Jeff Hoon and then Alistair Campbell said, which is that they're all in the game, they're all behaving in a statesmanlike way. I'm not sure, I'm afraid, that that's true. I don't want to be churlish, but I'm not sure that is true of Gordon Brown. You know, the umpire has raised his finger pretty comprehensively, and to be in the crease saying, I'm not moving
let's
is...
stick with Mr Cameron, because that's the dynamic for this afternoon. How much further, if at all, can David Cameron go to try and get some kind of arrangement with the Liberal Democrats?
I think the main point he made, and this has got to be true, whatever party you're in, is that the critical thing is our financial crisis. I mean, we are months, maybe weeks away from being Greece. So our deficit is going to be bigger than theirs next year, right? So whichever party you're in, we have got to do something to bring the overspend under control. And I hope that there will be patriotic people in all three parties who will understand that there are unpopular decisions that will need to be made and that we will make these decisions collectively.
Do you feel that there is the makings of almost a formal coalition there with the Liberal Democrats, or is it more likely to be an informal arrangement? We agree together with a number of these things, we'll do these things, we'll try to avoid doing some things we don't agree about.
First of all, obviously that decision is going to be made way above my pay grade, and it's going to come down to jobs and so on. No, I know.
What do you think?
Sure, I'm not going to be paid.
Just give us a view.
And therefore, I can be impartial about it, since I can't get a job, since I don't sit in this parliament. But I think there is the basis of putting together some kind of entente on civil liberties, on the economy, and on localism and direct democracy, which, if you like, is a kind of electoral reform, which may not be changing the voting. Look, when people talk about changing the political system, they don't usually mean rigging the votes to help this or that party. They mean shifting power from MPs to the rest of us. You know, the long parliament has failed, and we want renewal.
Alistair Campbell?
I think there's another point I would make here is that I think people will have a pretty fair sense of where the centre of gravity in the Labour Party is with the new parliamentary Labour Party. I think in the Conservative Party, I think a lot of the new MPs coming in are going to be maybe on the Daniel Hannan wing of the party, which will make life quite difficult.
They're Thatcher's children.
I think a lot of them are, and I think that will make life difficult for David Cameron. And likewise with the Lib Dems, as anybody who's ever campaigned against them knows, they kind of tend to be parties within a party. So I think it's hard for Nick Clegg to sort of get a homogenous whole that then goes into these negotiations. So I think all of the leaders are going to find these next few days difficult. But look, I don't accept this idea that Gordon Brown doesn't have legitimacy to be the Prime Minister now, because nobody won the election outright.
No, he's still the Prime Minister.
No, but he's lost it more badly, Alistair, hasn't he? I mean, the worst defeat for 80 years. The worst defeat for 80 years. To say I'm staying is a bit much.
Hold on, Dan. You had your chance. I want Alistair Campbell here. if some kind of arrangement does come between the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives, either formal or more likely an informal kind of agreement, who goes to tell Gordon Brown the game's up? Is that you and Peter Mandelson?
No, I think Gordon is a very, very intelligent
Well, you have
guy.
to put your tin helmet on?
I think Gordon's he's a very, very intelligent guy. And I think, look, we all know that Nick Clegg is currently in a very, very important position where ultimately, in a way, he can decide an awful lot about the future government. And I think Gordon will be able to read a message as clearly as anybody else.
I'll take it that you're going to give him a nudge, though, in these circumstances. Let's go back to David in the studio.
Thanks, Andrew. Now, Dudley North has got stuck. We haven't had a result there. They've been counting for hours and hours and hours. Claire Marshall is there to explain what's happened. This is a seat held by Labour with a majority of 4,000 in the West Midlands. Claire, what's exactly gone on? Have you had recounts there or what?
It's been a chaotic scenes, David, here overnight. Partial recounts, and then finally at 7 o'clock this morning, a full recount ordered. That started taking place at 2 o'clock. And if you have a look behind me, you can just see that the actual counting of those votes, there was some 38,700 people voted here in Dudley North. All of their votes had to be recounted. That initial counting has been done, and they're just checking those ballot papers, it seems, at the end. So we do anticipate to have the result here within the next 10 minutes or so, which we'll bring to you. As you say, the Labour candidate Ian Austin, he's the incumbent, the Conservative candidate Graham Brown. It already seems that, given that it seems there's just 400 votes in this, that there has already been a huge swing towards the Conservatives, which echoes what happened in Dudley South.
Was the recount requested, or was the recount determined by the returning officer saying, I'm not happy with the way it's gone? Were there other problems?
The recount was requested by the Conservative candidate Graham Brown. It did seem that there was a lot of issues involved, certain votes for certain parties turning up in ballot boxes of other parties. The majority, which Ian Austin seemed to have in the middle of the night, dwindled as the hours went by, until finally the Conservative candidate decided that he wasn't going to accept a result unless there was a full recount. So that's what they decided to do after hours and hours of negotiations. Ian Austin was, I understand, not very happy at the decision to have a full recount. We do anticipate to see his reaction when we finally get the result, as I say, hopefully within the next 10 minutes, some 15 hours after they thought that they were going to
Thank you very much.
Thursday, 6th of May,
St Ives now.
2010.
Liberal Democrats hold this with a majority of 10,000.
Votes recorded for each
It
candidate
was due
at the
to
election
count
is as
on the
follows.
second day. So here's the result.
Timothy Howard Andrews, known as Tim Andrews, Green Party, 1,308. Michael Patrick Faulkner, known as Mick Faulkner, UK Independence Party, 2,560. Andrew Henry George, known as Andrew George, Liberal Democrat, 19,619. Philippa Jocelyn Latimer, Labour, 3,751. Simon John Reid, Mervyn Colonel, 387. Jonathan Charles Rogers, Cornish Democrats, 396. Derek Gordon Thomas, known as Derek Thomas, Conservative, 17,900.
So the Liberal Democrats hold on to St Ives. Fascinating how many other smaller parties there are in lots of these constituencies. People stacking up 200 or 300 votes, but going through all the trouble of canvassing and holding an election, putting their names up, paying their £500, losing it if they get under 5% of the vote. Anyway, in St Ives, the Liberal Democrats hold on. There's one other result. Let's just have a look at the swing here. Liberal Democrats to Conservatives, 10.4%. I always think that the very, 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 very small majorities must have people kicking themselves if they didn't go to the polls and cast their vote. From Fermanagh and South Tyrone, this is the smallest majority in this election. The smallest previous one was Mark Oaten in Winchester, way back, who had a majority of 2. Sinn Féin hold Fermanagh and South Tyrone with a majority of 4. Just 4. So you wonder what people who might have voted for Rodney Connor or Fergal McKinney or the Alliance Party or Independents are thinking. If only I'd just gone there, they could have been defeated. But equally, it can work the other way. So the smallest majority, 4. And we have 6 now, 6 more constituencies to declare. Let's have a look at the shape of the country on the map. There are only a few more white spaces left.
Yeah,
Emily.
fascinating. You can really recognise them. Dudley North that Claire Marshall was talking about a little while ago. Morecambe here. You can really see, we promised you at the beginning of the night, if you were with us whenever that was, that we would colour in the map for you. This is what it's looking like now. I'm going to show you how we started off and see if you can spot the differences. So that was 2005. The Tories then, having started to make these inroads into the north, not in those dense urban conurbations, but around them, in the suburbs almost. They have picked up seats in Wales. Look, from that 3 there, they've done very well there. Now 8, but very little movement in Scotland. I'm going to show you what I did at the beginning of the night, make every single constituency the same size hexagon. Now you can see what's happened. This then is what the country looks like in a balanced, hung parliament. We know now it is too late for the Conservatives to get that parliamentary majority. The kind of shape then, moving into the north, they haven't moved far enough to get that majority. They haven't done enough in Scotland. They haven't taken quite enough of this bit, and they've still left all these Lib Dem gains in the southwest. That is why we are where we are now. David.
Thank you very much, Emily. Well, now, I'm joined here by Lord Butler. Very good to see you. Thank you for coming in. He was Cabinet Secretary from 1988 to 1998, I think, correct?
Yep.
And I'm not going to speak to you because I will, though, but we've got a result coming in from Amber Valley in Derbyshire. Let's see that. The man with a very, very large hat. I don't know how many votes he'll have got. He's not down as the large... Well, we'll see what party he's... Monster Raving Loony, perhaps? I don't know. Yes, he is. The Raving Loony...
Gentlemen, I propose to make the declaration.
Sam Thing, also known as
Election
Thing,
of a member
or
of
Sam,
Parliament
perhaps.
for the Amber Valley constituency. Declaration of result of poll.
This is a Labour-held seat with a majority of 5,500 at the last election.
The election of a member of Parliament for the Amber Valley constituency, held on the 6th day of May 2010, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Clark Michael John, British National Party, 3195. Malabar Judy Claire Judith, the Labour Party candidate, 17210. Mills Nigel John, the Conservative Party candidate, 17746. Ransom.
Well, it's a Labour gain, I mean a Conservative gain, sorry, in Amber Valley. Judy Malabar, defeated there by about 500 votes by the Conservative Nigel Mills.
Candidate, 6636. Thing, Samuel Mark Baker, official Monster Raving Loony Party, 265.
Very respectable, 265
The number
for
of
Thing.
ballot papers rejected was as follows. Voting for more
There's one of
candidates
Thing's supporters on the left of the screen there.
19.
Now, here are the figures. Let's just have a look at these. Majority of 536 for the Conservatives. That's a Conservative gain in Amber Valley in Derbyshire. New MP Nigel Mills. And the swing, Labour to Conservative, 6.9%. Healthy swing. And we've got one other result in, which is Morecambe and Lunesdale.
Declaration of the result of poll for the,
another
for
Conservative
the
gain.
Morecambe and Lunesdale constituency. I, the undersigned, being the acting returning officer at the election of a member of Parliament for the Morecambe and Lunesdale constituency.
Very small majority.
held on the 6th of May 2010, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the election is as follows. Coates, Green Party, Chris, 598. Jones, Liberal Democrats, Leslie, 5,791. Knight, UK Independence Party, Mark Andrew, 1,843. Morris, the Conservative Party candidate, David, 18,035. Smith, the Labour Party candidate, Geraldine, 17,169. There were 82 ballot papers that were rejected.
All right, Geraldine Smith, who's been the MP there since 1997, who was a supporter of Gordon Brown, defended him against the plotters, who she called the Lancashire Mafia, loses Morecambe and Lonsdale to the Conservatives. The swing of 6.9%, Labour to Conservative in Morecambe and Lonsdale. So that leaves us 4 to go only. 4 more results to come in, one of which won't come in because it's Thirsk and Malden in Yorkshire. We're not going to have the election there for another 3 weeks because of the death of a UKIP candidate. And according to the rules, if a member of a political party, as opposed to an independent, dies once the once the election has been announced, the election is postponed until that party can find another candidate. Now, let me come back to Lord Butler, Cabinet Secretary between 1988 and 1998, has experience of the government of John Major when it was in a minority, and has also experience of the conversations between Tony Blair and the Liberal Democrats under Paddy Ashdown. It's all very decorous, Lord Butler, today. Everybody's saying how well people are behaving. Now, I don't want to dig the dirt with you, but dish a bit of it on us. What's actually going on between these political parties?
Well, I think that they are behaving very well, as one would expect and hope. They do talk about putting the national interest first, and that's what you would expect. Of course, there's bound to be an element of party interest as well. It would be unrealistic not to suppose that. But it seems to me that the leaders of the parties are taking a very statesmanlike approach to it, and there will be thorough discussions. I think they're a little more political between Labour and the Lib Dems than between the Conservatives and the Lib Dems, where there's clearly the Conservative proposal centres very much more on policy. And so one would expect those discussions to be a bit more substantial.
And how would you expect, supposing those discussions, which will take a number of days perhaps, how would you expect Nick Clegg to be able to get a guarantee that what had been agreed would be delivered? Would you expect all this to be open and in writing and published, the agreements?
There's been very much more thorough preparation for this situation this time than there ever was in the past. I was in 10 Downing Street in 1974, and after that, any election that I had anything to do with, I made sure that we did actually think seriously about a hung parliament. We certainly did in 1992, and although it wasn't likely in 1997, we could have dealt with that. But the civil service this time have, I think, had role-playing in order to prepare for this situation. And civil servants will be attached to each of the 3 main parties. They will be there not to advise on the politics, but to inform and facilitate the discussions, and they will arrange them, and they will no doubt take minutes, and so there will be a proper, pretty formal system of discussions which will be recorded.
What was the system then in February '74? We had Lord Armstrong in the seat you're sitting in a moment ago, and were reading from his secret memorandum about how the negotiations were conducted. What went wrong there?
Well, I remember it very well.
Right?
Well,
what were you doing then? What was your job?
Well, I was a junior private secretary, so I was making the tea and ringing people up and getting them round and trying to trace people. So my role was a pretty menial one, but I was there on the inside and felt the emotion of the events. But the difference then was that it took us by surprise, really. Edward Heath, I think, did expect to win that election. And I remember very well that we had an election party at my house, and Robert Armstrong was there. And when the first results came in at about 11 o'clock, he said, "I think I'd better have an early night." And so he went home. And I guess that the present Cabinet Secretary and the civil servants will have had an early night last night to prepare for this situation.
What are the dangers, as you see it, for either side in these negotiations? What can go wrong?
Well, I think what can go wrong is that you make the wrong decision. And I can imagine that there could be an outcome of these discussions where the party that makes an agreement will, in time to come, regret that they ever did. And that may not be visible immediately, but that's what could go wrong.
Robin, we heard David Cameron there saying that he would hope that this could be concluded quite swiftly. Do you think this is one of those negotiations where you can agree a broad outline and then paint in the detail afterwards? Or this is one of those negotiations where nothing is agreed until everything is agreed, which could presumably then take days and days and days, if not weeks?
Well, there's a dilemma here because, on the one hand, they must be very tired. And these are very important negotiations, and no company would put people in to negotiate for them in the situation that the leaders must be in. On the other hand, there is pressure of time, and I don't think they can wait long after early next week. So they've got these two conflicting pressures, and what I would expect is that the discussions will reach heads of agreement. And people will make sure that the essential points are covered. But there will be a lot of detail to be filled in subsequently.
Yeah, fascinating.
Right, well, we'll break away now to have a look at... We've only got 4 more seats to declare. That's 3 more today. Let's have a look at the map of the United Kingdom, the state of the parties as a result of this general election. Jeremy.
David, one more look at this map left by the 2005 general election first, and here you see it, and I'll just get the gains to flash here that we've seen today. And a lot of the seats that first taken by Labour in 1997, gained by him, flipped back, if I can use that word, to the Conservatives on this occasion. So you'll see, as I stabilise it, a lot more blue. There's another way of showing it, though, and if I put this on the wall, you'll see we have here 650 House of Commons seats from 2005. Just take a look at this. So here they all are, and you can see we've grouped them by colour, and we put all the parties together. So Labour here, and the Conservatives here, Lib Dems down here, and the other parties further on. So what we're going to do now is show you just what the change is. If I stand on the join, and I get the display to change, you'll see what's happened in this election. And here we go. So you see immediately that is what this election has done. It's taken all these seats here that are red and it's turned them blue. And that's why the Conservatives are so pleased with this huge incursion into Labour territory here. And also if we go down here and take a look, you can see also the Conservatives stealing some of those orange Lib Dem seats as well. A little bit of Lib Dem orange coming back the other way, but not a good night for the Liberal Democrats. And as I say, it's at this junction of red and blue where the Conservatives have finally got some revenge for what happened to them in 1997 with Tony Blair's first landslide. This is the story here. Massive gains for them, but with the proviso that their actual share, their percentage share of the vote, is not as impressive as the number of new seats taken. So with David Cameron still in the mid-30s on percentage share, he could have done with a bit more in terms of votes, in terms of seats, to make this election picture clearer. So we leave with a somewhat indistinct picture after an absolutely fascinating night of politics. David, back to you.
Jeremy, thank you very much indeed. Let's join Jeremy Paxman up in the gallery.
Well, I have with me 3 politicians, especially chosen for their photogenetic qualities. Right, Jeff Hoon, Min Campbell and Douglas Carton. Well, I mean, fascinating election, absolutely fascinating. Who'd have thought that, you know, sat down at 10 o'clock last night, it's nearly 4 o'clock the afternoon the next day, we still don't know really what's happened.
Well, that's actually what the opinion polls have been saying, so to that extent the opinion polls have got the broad outline right. What I think has really been fascinating is the differential swing, because we've all looked at these results. Thanks to the BBC, we've had fancy little bits of software that have told us what the results were in each seat, but the truth is, in each seat, you've seen tremendous differences. North, south, different regions, real democracy at work.
And is it totally attributable to you that all the constituencies around you did so badly for Labour?
That's not entirely true. We held Ashfield, I accept, yes, but accept narrowly.
Yeah, from about 14,000 down to a few hundred, your majority.
Well, I'm not...
That's just the strength of his personality. What's the abiding memory for you, Min Campbell?
Nick Clegg's coming of age.
Yeah.
Quite extraordinary. Now, it wasn't reflected eventually in the results, but it certainly drove the campaign for a very long time. The other thing I want to point out is this, that this is a very long election campaign. It started almost as soon as Gordon Brown decided not to have an election in November 2007. And the way the House of Commons has operated, the things that the government brought forward or didn't bring forward, all related to the fact that eventually there had to be an election on the 6th of June. We keep talking about whether
everyone's disappointed. Of course, you've got reason to be disappointed too in the Conservatives.
I've got reason to be cheerful. Biggest number of gains in 8 years. Not quite good enough
kind of
for an outright majority.
Statistic,
yes,
isn't it?
It is.
It's about winning. You didn't win.
It would have been nice to have an absolute majority, but my own observation is that perhaps one of the things we all have to accept as politicians, there's an increasing appetite there for the politics that's niche, distinctive, particular, local. The age of sort of generic, mass-branded political parties is coming to an end, and we need a looser political party system that allows the niche, the distinctive, the particular. And this explains, as Jeff said, why there's so much local variation in the results. It's a good thing this is happening.
And if that produces more independent members of Parliament, more willing to scrutinise the executive, even if it's of their own party, then that can only strengthen politics.
Absolutely.
Thank you all very much. David.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Well, Rory Hethron-Jones, we were told this was going to be right up your street, this election. It was all going to be Twittering and tweeting and Facebooking and all the rest. Didn't turn like that at all. It was 3 big debates that dominated the media.
You're so wrong, David.
Well, I know you've got your head stuck in your computer.
Yeah,
well, I mean, how many thousand tweets have there been about today, for instance?
There's been an enormous number of tweets.
How many million people are watching this programme?
Some of them, which I will come to in a while,
about
you.
We're coming to the end. No, don't tell me ones about me.
No, I mean, what we've got breaking out here, quite interestingly, is some reaction to what David Cameron's been saying, some criticism of the Tory campaign. Here is a tweeter called Parsifal2. He's actually the chairman of Bell Pottinger, one of the leading lobbyists. And here's what he says. Someone who needs to take the blame for the campaign and resign or be fired. Tory activists are angry and depressed. Later on, he says, time for change in the Tory party. We need some Tories directing the next campaign so we win it. Not just
You're sure you know who he is?
I'm pretty sure I know who he is, yes. He is the chairman
of... Why does he disguise himself as Parsifal 2? Who is Parsifal 1?
He's an opera fan, he says. He's an opera lover.
But Bell Pottinger are a big PR company.
They are, exactly. Founded by Lord
Tim Bell. It's not Tim Bell himself, is it?
It's not Tim Bell himself,
How do you know? This is the trouble with this. It's all anonymous.
Well, here's one that isn't anonymous,
and
we know who it is. It's Fraser Nelson, the editor of The Spectator, saying The Spectator cannot support the inquiry into electoral reform. Not just a lot of toing and froing, though, on Twitter, on the blogs too. This is a Labour blog, Left Foot Forward, Will Straw, son of Jack Straw's blog. A discussion on will the Lib Dems accept Cameron's offer. He says there's a lot of toing and froing amongst the Lib Dems who are not at all happy about it. One blogger we haven't heard much about, probably the most famous blogger, Guido Fawkes, and he's got an interesting take here, which I've not really seen elsewhere.
Can you pause a second? Have you got a declaration coming?
I
can. Facts over opinion. Dudley North, Ian Austin's the MP since 2005 with a majority of just over 4,000. And here's the result of Dudley North in the West Midlands.
Held on the 6th of May 2010, do hereby...
It's the 106th Conservative target, this, just below the level they wanted if they want to get an overall majority.
Ian Austin, the Labour Party candidate, 14,923. Mike Beckett, Liberal Democrats for a Fairer Britain, 4,066. Graham Harold Brown, the Conservative Party candidate, 14,274. Malcolm Davis, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 3,267. Kenneth John Griffiths, British National Party, 1,899. Kevin Inman, National Front, 173. There were 93 rejected papers.
So Dudley North is held by Labour. Big drop, incidentally, in the BNP vote in Dudley North, interestingly.
Elected as member
about 3,000, if I got the figure right. Labour's Ian Austin holds it. His majority is 649. It was 4,000 before, but it's a Labour hold in Dudley North, a swing from Labour to the Conservatives of 4.7%. I feel I've cut you off in your prime, Rory, but we've got to go to the news now, and if we have a chance, tweet away and pick up some more very interesting points. I didn't mean to be rude about it. I know it's the way of the future. Let's go to the news. Sian.
Thank you very much, David. Yes, with the time at just after 3:30, let's bring you up to date with where we are at this extraordinary day. Britain has a hung parliament with no one party in overall control. The Conservatives are the largest party, and David Cameron has already made what he described as a big, open and comprehensive offer to the Liberal Democrats to begin talks to work together to form a government. Here's the latest with Colette Macbeth, warning her report does contain some flash photography.
At 2:30 p.m. on the day after the UK voted, David Cameron did not want to be here, forced to talk about deals instead of announcing the formation of a government.
I want to make a big, open and comprehensive offer to the Liberal Democrats. I want us to work together in tackling our country's big and urgent problems, the debt crisis, our deep social problems and our broken political system.
Nick Clegg, are you going to do a deal with the Tories?
Earlier, Nick Clegg seemed to open the door to that kind of deal. Even though last night's poor results were a bitter blow for him, he knows he could still be the kingmaker.
It seems this morning that it's the Conservative Party that has more votes and more seats, though not an absolute majority. And that is why I think it is now for the Conservative Party to prove that it is capable of seeking to govern in the national interest.
But when Gordon Brown walked out of Downing Street this afternoon, it wasn't for good, but to send a message. We are still in government for now, and we may yet be able to do a deal with the Liberal Democrats.
Mr Cameron and Mr Clegg should clearly be entitled to take as much time as they feel necessary. For my part, I should make clear that I would be willing to see any of the party leaders. Clearly, should the discussions between Mr Cameron and Mr Clegg come to nothing, then I would, of course, be prepared to discuss with Mr Clegg the areas where there may be some measure of agreement between our two parties.
So as the talk of deals and pacts continue, Gordon Brown is trying to present himself in prime ministerial mode. Yet as he entered number 10, the question still unanswered is how much longer will he be there? Colette Macbeth, BBC News, Westminster.
So we have a hung parliament. We only have 3 seats to declare, so let's bring you a breakdown on the current state of the parties. We'll bring it up on the screen here. Conservatives, 304 seats, Labour, 258, the Liberal Democrats, 57, and the others, 28. And in terms of the share of the vote, the Tories have 36%, Labour 29%, the Liberal Democrats 23%, and the others 12%. Now, we're just hearing that talks are going to start this evening between the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats. When asked, will Mr Cameron and Mr Clegg talk, a Conservative source has told the BBC yes, the discussions are likely, we hear, to be by phone. With that, it's back to you, David.
Thanks very much, Sian. Well, we're just hearing, and rather tantalising as we're about to go off air, that it seems that Lancaster and Fleetwood is a Tory gain, and that just leaves 2 more seats to go. But we haven't got the figures yet, so I'm not taking it with a pinch of salt. I'm sure it's true. But Langston Fleetwood is a Tory gain, and the other one, Devon West and Torridge, is a Conservative-held seat, so perhaps likely to stay held by the Conservatives. Well, we're coming up towards the end of this. Let's just talk about this whole day and the day before, which has been quite extraordinary. The confusion when that first exit poll came out. And to tell the absolute truth, none of the experts, and I've talked to the real experts who designed that exit poll, even they didn't quite believe it. And yet that exit poll has turned out pretty well to be true in the event, because the most astonishing election with no even pattern. Goodness knows what David Butler, who was here, would write about it, I don't know. But don't you agree it's been the most astonishing
I'm going to use a David Butler quote, which is that the expert is right no more often than the ordinary person. He's just wrong for more sophisticated reasons, which was one of David Butler's great quotes. This is absolutely right, and I don't know how they got it right when there's been such extraordinary variation across so many different constituencies, where some we've looked at enormous turnout and massive swings, and others we've looked where nothing has changed, and it's gone in all directions, and yet the exit poll has seemed to get it right. The other thing is that it seems that £40 million later, we've finished up where we started off in this campaign, with the Liberal Democrats broadly at the same point.
Lord Butler, what do you make of it, this campaign, and the result?
Well, of course, as you say, the exit polls were quite extraordinarily right, though with many variations in between, so they were right in many ways for the wrong reasons. What strikes me about it is that I think I'm right in saying that in general, incumbents won and new candidates didn't win. And what that suggests to me is that the expenses scandal played very much smaller role in the results than one might have expected.
Well, what happens now, the term hung parliament is derived from hung jury. When the jury can't agree, the judge dismisses the jury and orders a retrial. And this is what I think will happen with a hung parliament. The electorate hasn't made up its mind, and I think the eventual Prime Minister will dismiss this Parliament, which I think won't last anything like 4 or 5 years, and ask the voters if they can make up their mind and perhaps decide on whether they want a new electoral system. I think that is the real lesson of this election.
We're into a process that they say they're going to speak on the telephone today. That's David Cameron and Nick Clegg. Remembering David Cameron called this thing muddle and fudge. I don't quite know how he gets himself out of muddle and fudge.
Just a quick line to add that John Major has said that offering cabinet seats to senior Liberal Democrats was a price worth paying for the formation of a stable government able to manage the current economic crisis. So I don't know whether John Major is speaking to David Cameron. They do talk quite a lot, as I understand it. John Major being an outrider there for cabinet seats for Liberal Democrat MPs.
Do you think they're likely to offer them?
I think there's an awful long way to go, and I think there's still so many hurdles to cross before we get there.
We've got another Conservative gain. Let's just see the detail of this. I'm told this is the 100th Conservative gain, but I don't actually think it is quite the 100th Conservative gain, because they've only had 97. They've only had a net 97. Well, anyway, Lancaster and Fleetwood, Conservative gain from Labour, and there are the figures. Majority of 333. Previous majority for Labour was 3,428. So that is the 100th gain. Apparently, it's a net 97 gains. They've made 100 gains and they've lost 3. Rory, not to leave you lonely and sad there, a few more final tweets.
I think one of the things that we may belittle these social networks and so on. What they have done is energise a whole group of young people who've never voted before, have got really involved in this. I've just seen a Facebook group formed called Cool It, We're Not Going to Form a New Government Just to Suit 24-Hour News. People getting involved via things like Facebook, via things like Twitter. I suppose the question is, will they have enjoyed this process and will they want to come back next time?
Well, all elections, in a way, are fun. In some ways, this hasn't been perhaps quite as much fun as others because so much is at stake, because we have such a crisis internationally, such a crisis over our economy. Cuts, we know, all 3 parties have been talking about right through the campaign, not quite being pinned down to what they are. Increases in taxes to come, likely cutbacks in jobs, likely cutbacks in services. That's the background to this. It's a rather sombre background to this election. And yet, in narrow political terms, it's been fascinating not to see the country deliver a hung parliament. It doesn't do that, but to vote in a way that has produced a political scenario of immense complexity, and when we'll see whether these elected politicians really are able to work together and are up to the job.
We're being disenfranchised, and that's not on.
I think everyone's very angry.
Hear, hear.
Yeah.
Disappointing night for you, Mr. Clegg.
The outcome of this country's vote is not yet known.
I believe it is already clear that the Labour government has lost its mandate to govern our country.
And I hereby declare that Caroline Lucas is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Brighton Pavilion constituency.
It seems this morning that it's the Conservative Party that has more votes and more seats, though not an absolute majority. And that is why I think it is now for the Conservative Party to prove that it is capable of seeking to govern in the national interest.
Are you ruling out a deal with Labour?
For my part, I should make clear that I would be willing to see any of the party leaders. A fairer voting system is central, and I believe that you, the British people, should be able to decide in a referendum what the system should be.
Good afternoon, everybody. I want to make a big, open and comprehensive offer to the Liberal Democrats. I want us to work together in tackling our country's big and urgent problems, the debt crisis, our deep social problems, and our broken political system.